Chapter 591. From afar, it seemed like only the riverbanks and the surface of the river were the most dangerous places in the turbulent Goldflow River. However, this was not the case. The true danger was actually the whirlpools hidden in the Golden River water. This was because there was no pattern to the formation of whirlpools. They could appear at any time and anywhere. Therefore, one had to be on high alert while traveling in the inner region of Goldflow River. One had to be alert at all times. If one were to fall into a whirlpool, one might be doomed eternally. The other danger was the experts from other factions. This was mainly targeted at the various factions of the Fourth Universe. This was because the Fourth Universe was at the bottom of the entire Chaos Sea. Aside from a few extremely powerful Dowlords, the vast majority of Dowlords had to avoid the Dowlords of other primal universes and Holy Land universes. Just like now. Although Dowlord Longwall and Dowlord Durafay were both Eon-level Dowlords, Dowlord Longwall knew very well that he was no match for Dowlord Durafay. If I don't escape today, I'm afraid I'll die here. Dowlord Longwall was extremely anxious. Under the situation where space was sealed, he could only fly at high speed and could not teleport. Do you think you can escape from me? Dowlord Durafay had a holy smile on his face. 5 pairs of white wings flapped gently, and an enormous world projection descended upon this space. This was the combination of the Dowlord's space-time control and his Grotto Heaven world. It was like a space-time domain, and he had temporarily become the master of this space. Dowlord Longwall's flying speed instantly dropped as he was suppressed. He shouted angrily, "Dowlord Durafay, I know you're stronger than me, but when I saw you, I immediately fled. Besides, I don't have any high-grade true treasures on me. Is there a need for you to chase me so relentlessly? My Dao is the Dao of battle and slaughter. I seek the path to becoming a celestial lord in battle. You're a good opponent. Come and fight me." Dowlord Durafay laughed loudly as his 5 pairs of white wings flapped. Within his spacetime domain, he flashed rapidly and approached Dowlord Longwall. Damn it! Dowlord Longwall was furious. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Although he said this, he had already asked for help from the human camp through his avatar in the Fourth Universe. I was just saying that Jiang Ci would ask for reinforcements. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would be the one to ask for reinforcements first? Dowlord Longwall felt bitterness in his heart. Dowlord Jafar is a famous madman amongst the Dowlords of the First Universe. He's a battle maniac. How unlucky of me to have met him. Right now, the only 2 Dowlords of the human race who are adventuring in Goldflow River are Dowlord Ninefirmaments and Dowlord Flameclear. If they can make it here in time, I'll have a chance at survival. Dowlord Longwall knew very well that he was truly in danger this time. This was a life-or-death crisis. Dowlord Yanqing was the first to be eliminated because he was too far away. Right now, the ones who were most likely to rush over were the ones he had met at the temporary base in Goldflow River. Dowlords like Dowlord Soulsword, Dowlord Liangyu, and Dowlord Arcanite definitely weren't strong enough. As for Jiang Ci, there was no need to consider him at all. He would be courting death if he came. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Dowlord Ninefirmaments. Only this half-step heavenly venerable could save him. However, given Dowlord Ninefirmaments' strength, he must have ventured deeper into Goldflow River. It might take him a long time to rush over. After Dowlord Longwall's avatar sent out a request for help in the Fourth Universe, all the Dowlords in the human camp quickly received it. Dowlord Jafar of the First Universe is chasing after Longwall? In the depths of Goldflow River, a cold-looking youth with a long sword on his back frowned slightly. Waves of energy emanated from his body, repelling a large number of water whirlpools. The dangers in the depths of the river did not pose much of a threat to him. He's too far away. I'm in the depths of Goldflow River. It'll take me a long time to rush back. I won't make it in time. Longwall, let's see how lucky you are. I hope Ninefirmaments can make it back in time. In truth, the person closest to Dowlord Longwall was Dowlord Xianqing of the Fourth Universe's human camp. After all, they had not been separated for long. At this moment, Dowlord Xianqing, who was a million light-years away, was conflicted. Longwall is in great danger. Although Dowlord Jafar is also an Eon-level Dowlord, his actual combat strength is barely comparable to a universe-level Dowlord. I'm afraid I won't be of much help even if I go. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll go take a look and try my best to help him. Since he was tied to the human camp, he could not shrink back now. Whoosh. Dowlord Shen Qing soared into the sky and teleported to the sky above Goldflow River. Then, he quickly teleported in the direction of Dowlord Longwall. The Heavenly Feather Race. Jiang Ci also received the distress signal. He raised his eyebrows and his expression turned serious. In the entire Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race was second only to the two Holy Land universes. In terms of overall strength, they were truly a peak race. The humans of the Fourth Universe were also a peak race, but compared to the Heavenly Feather Race, they were not on the same level. The Heavenly Feather Race alone had more than 400 Dowlords roaming the Chaos Sea. They had a total of 9 Heavenly Venerables. This race alone was comparable to more than half of the Fourth Universe. Dowlord Jafar? You'll be my first opponent in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Ci's eyes shone with a divine light as his fighting spirit burst forth. The Heavenly Feather Race was strong, but it did not mean that every Dowlord of the Heavenly Feather Race was strong. Dowlord Longwall's previous actions had indeed made him unhappy, but he was still a human Dowlord. In the face of the greater good of the race, his will could not be swayed by personal emotions. Swoosh. Jiang Ci teleported and arrived above Goldflow River. He also teleported continuously towards his destination, each time traveling thousands of light-years. At the same time, in the water of the inner region of Goldflow River, two figures were fighting. The momentum was great, and the Golden River water was swept up into terrifying abyssal vortexes. Dowlord Jafar, who was in human form but had 5 pairs of white wings, held a giant crimson sword in his hand and slashed out time and time again. Every attack was the strongest ultimate secret technique. Moreover, every time they collided, Dowlord Jafar never used any defensive methods. He only attacked with all his strength. It was extremely crazy. Madman. This battle maniac. Dowlord Longwall was completely suppressed. He was anxious and in pain. He tried his best to dodge Dowlord Jafar's attacks and delay as much as possible until reinforcements arrived. However, things did not go as he wished. Dowlord Jafar's secret technique was much stronger than his. He also surpassed him in terms of spacetime control and Grotto Heaven world control. The spacetime domain formed by the combination of these two was not something he could contend against. He could not use his own spacetime domain at all. Therefore, under the suppression of Dowlord Jafar's spacetime domain, he was caught up time and time again and was injured. Dowlord Longwall, it's useless even if you resist. The humans of the First Universe have been wiped out by the Heavenly Feather Race in the distant past. The humans of the Fourth Universe should also be wiped out. Therefore, give up resisting and become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a Heavenly Venerate. Dowlord Jafar looked incomparably sacred as he slashed out with his giant crimson sword. Crack. This sword landed directly on Dowlord Longwall's body, and the dark golden armor treasure trembled. Unfortunately, it could only block a small portion of the power. The remaining half of the power still caused great damage to Dowlord Longwall. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and he was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. Clang. At the same time, Dowlord Longwall's staff also hit Dowlord Jafar. However, Dowlord Jafar's armor treasure was of a higher grade. His attack only caused Dowlord Jafar's body to sway slightly, but it did not cause much damage. What a madman! Even if I encountered other Dowlords of the First Universe, I would still be able to fight them. Why did I have to encounter this madman? Dowlord Longwall was filled with grief and indignation. Speaking of which, he was also an Eon-level Dowlord. Among Dowlords, he was an upper-middle level existence. Usually, when he encountered some universe-level Dowlords, he was confident that he would not be in any danger if he fought them. However, Dowlord Jafar was different. He was a top expert among Eon-level Dowlords. Whether it was Dharma treasures, secret techniques, or other means, they were all top-notch. In terms of actual combat strength, Dowlord Jafar had already stepped into the threshold of a universe-level Dowlord. Only a true universe-level Downlord could suppress him. Cultivation, attack, and defense all crush me. What should I do? The indestructible substance and other special substances in Downlord Longwall's body were constantly being consumed. He was in despair. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Longwall, Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain is too strong. Even I don't dare to barge in recklessly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. At that moment, a spiritual sense voice transmission sounded in Downlord Longwall's ears. Downlord Shen Qing. Downlord Longwall's heart was filled with joy before it dimmed again. Although Downlord Shen Qing was also an Eon-level Downlord, he was slightly weaker than him in terms of strength. Once he entered Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain, he would be in danger. Furthermore, teleportation was not possible in the spacetime domain. It would take a long time for someone to fly to him. Right now, only a universe-level Downlord of the human race could save him. Universe-level Downlords were naturally not afraid of Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain. No one can save you now. You have less than half of the indestructible substance left in your body. I'll kill you in 10 strikes at most. Wielding a scarlet greatsword, Downlord Jafar's figure flashed as he teleported in front of Downlord Longwall. Damn it. You're just relying on the power of your supreme treasures. Downlord Longwall was furious. Downlord Jafar's armor and greatsword were both grade 5 supreme treasures. In comparison, his supreme treasures were only grade 4. The difference of a single grade between supreme treasures was like heaven and earth in terms of power. Therefore, Downlord Jafar could attack with all his might without worrying about defense. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Downlord Longwall was getting more and more desperate. Fart. Once again, he was struck by Downlord Jafar's scarlet greatsword and a portion of the indestructible substance in his body was depleted. From less than 50%, it was reduced to 40%, then 35%, then 30%, die. Downlord Jafar had a holy smile on his face. No, I can't die just like this. I still want to become a top-tier Downlord and a heavenly venerable. I can't die just like this. Downlord Longwall struggled in despair and indignation. Unfortunately, he was no match for Downlord Jafar at all. He could not even break through Downlord Jafar's defense. It looked like he was about to reach the danger line of death. Far away, Downlord Shen Qing stood outside Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain. Although he was anxious, he could only sigh. Longwall, I'm sorry. Apart from Downlord Nine Firmaments, no one can help you now. Swoosh. A figure appeared out of thin air not far away from Downlord Shen Qing. Downlord Shen Qing. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Downlord Shen Qing turned around abruptly and saw that it was Jiang Ci who was dressed in golden-patterned black armor. Jiang Ci? The surprise on Downlord Shen Qing's face disappeared and was replaced with disappointment. Then, he hurriedly said, Jiang Ci, Downlord Longwall is currently being pursued by Downlord Jafar of the First Universe. Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain is extremely strong and only universe Downlords can fight against it. Don't go in. Otherwise, you'll be in danger if you enter. It's fine. I might not be a match for Downlord Jafar, but I'm not afraid of him. Jiang Ci smiled. You. Downlord Shen Qing was shocked. The next moment, there was a boom. A massive projection of a grotto heaven descended from the void. In the world projection, the cosmos, continents, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas were extremely realistic. With endless might, it crushed towards Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain. Rumble. Boom. The two spacetime domains collided and Downlord Jafar's spacetime domain was quickly destroyed. In front of Jiang Ci's spacetime domain, it could not resist at all. Although Jiang Ci's self-created heaven and earth was inferior to a Downlord's, his grotto heaven world had already surpassed the limits of a Downlord. It was more than 100 million light-years in diameter compared to a universe Downlord's grotto heaven. Furthermore, his supreme treasure, the sixfold mountain, could also control space and time. The combination of the two was equivalent to a weakened version of controlling space-time. The combination of the sixfold mountain, self-created heaven and earth, and grotto heaven world formed an extremely powerful spacetime domain, mountain sea spacetime. At the same time, Downlord Longwall was in complete despair. He only had less than 20% of the indestructible substance in his body. At most, he would die after 4 sword strikes. To be precise, there was no need for 4 sword strikes at all. He was already powerless to resist, and the indestructible substance in his body was being consumed even faster. "Ha, Downlord Longwall, say your final goodbye." Downlord Jafar laughed and slashed down once more. Suddenly, boom! A sound that sounded like the world was collapsing echoed in the space. "Who is it?" Downlord Jafar's expression changed starkly. He realized that his spacetime domain was collapsing continuously. The spacetime domain that could initially suppress Downlord Longwall's speed mostly dissipated in the blink of an eye. In its place was an incomparably realistic projection of a world. Boundless galaxies, starry continents, mountains, and rivers filled the entire space. Downlord Longwall, who had regained his freedom, was overjoyed. "Downlord Longwall, why aren't you leaving?" A familiar voice sounded in Downlord Longwall's ears. "This is..." Downlord Longwall was stunned. Wasn't this familiar voice Jiang Ci, whom he had reprimanded previously? "Why aren't you leaving?" the voice urged once more. Swoosh! Downlord Longwall no longer hesitated and used his fastest speed. At that moment, he felt like a fish in water. His flight was extremely smooth and his speed was no longer suppressed. Moreover, the spacetime of the mountain sea was helping him, allowing him to move even faster. In comparison, Downlord Jafar was suppressed and his speed was constantly decreasing. "Who is it?" Downlord Jafar was furious. His prey was about to be captured but was rescued by someone else. Which universe realm Downlord of the 4th universe is it? In Downlord Jafar's opinion, only the spacetime domain of a universe realm Downlord could suppress his. Soon, he used his spirit consciousness to investigate and saw Jiang Ci's appearance. He had never seen him before. "Why are you disguising yourself? Since you're a universe realm Downlord, why are you hiding? Who are you?" Downlord Jafar was even more furious. He felt that the other party was humiliating him. He immediately retracted the spacetime domain that was about to collapse. Whoosh! Seeing that, Jiang Ci also retracted his mountain sea spacetime because he could not teleport in the spacetime domain. In the distance, Downlord Longwall was overjoyed and immediately teleported to Jiang Ci and Downlord Shen Qing's side. Behind him, Downlord Jafar also teleported over. He wanted to get closer and see who this sneaky fellow was with his own eyes. Several light years away, Jiang Ci and Downlord Shen Qing stood in the Golden River water. Downlord Longwall appeared out of thin air. When he saw Jiang Ci, he was immediately embarrassed and ashamed. "Jiang, we'll talk later." Jiang Ci's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, Downlord Jafar's figure followed and appeared not far away. He stood in the Golden River water and flapped his 5 pairs of white wings gently. He looked at Jiang Ci angrily. "Who are you? Why are you disguising yourself and hiding? Are you trying to humiliate me?" "I'm me. Why should I disguise myself?" Jiang Ci said indifferently. "No disguise. But I've never seen you before. Perhaps we'll see each other more often in the future." Jiang Ci smiled. Swoosh! In the next moment, the 3 of them teleported out of the inner area of Goldflow River and appeared above the river. Then, they teleported continuously and arrived at a safe place. At the place where the battle had taken place, Downlord Jafar's aura erupted. He was furious, but he did not dare to chase after them. Downlord Mountain Sea. After a moment of anger, he quickly calmed down. A universe realm Downlord should disdain disguising himself. It seems that another universe realm Downlord has been born in the humans of the 4th universe. Of the 4 primal universes of the Chaos Sea, the humans of the first universe had been wiped out by the heavenly feather race at the beginning of the universe. The humans of the other 3 universes had developed into peak races. Among them, the 3rd universe was the strongest, with a total of 6 celestial venerables. The humans of the 2nd and 4th universes were slightly weaker. However, the humans of the 2nd universe also had 3 celestial venerables. Although the 4th universe had 2 celestial venerables, celestial venerable purple firmament had been permanently suppressed by the universe, so it was equivalent to having none. Of course, this was mainly because the fourth universe was too young and was far inferior to the first three universes. Otherwise, the humans of the fourth universe would definitely have produced more celestial venerables. I can confirm that I've never seen this Downlord Mountain Sea before. His aura fluctuations are completely different from the other universe realm Downlords of the fourth universe. It seemed that the humans of the fourth universe had hidden themselves well. A universe realm Downlord had actually been hiding until now. Humans are all the same. They're all scheming. The other peak races of the fourth universe are also useless. They didn't wipe out the humans at the beginning of the universe. Downlord Jor-Fa's eyes were filled with coldness. The heavenly feather race of the first universe had 9 celestial venerables, so they naturally had 9 miniature universes. Within one of the miniature universes, Downlord Jor-Fa's avatar walked out of his heavenly palace and looked up at the endless void. He asked with a respectful expression, "Ninth Sacred Master, has a new Downlord been born in the humans of the fourth universe?" I was just about to kill Downlord Chang Huan of the fourth universe when I was stopped by a human Downlord dressed in black armor with golden patterns. He's also a cultivator of the sword, but I've never seen him before. I want all his information. He can stop you. He's a universe realm Downlord. A loud voice rang out from the sky. He should be. My space-time domain was easily destroyed by him. Since I don't know anything about him, I didn't pursue him, Downlord Jor-Fa replied respectfully. All right, I'll go investigate now. The voice rang out from the sky. Thank you, Ninth Sacred Master. Downlord Jor-Fa hurriedly bowed. There were nearly 100 powers in the Chaos Sea. Some were enemies, some were allies, and some were trading with each other. There was no distinction between the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands. There was only a division of benefits. Even the powers of the first universe and the fourth universe might have secret connections. This was especially true for the heavenly feather race of the first universe. As the third largest power in the Chaos Sea, they were extremely powerful. There were many who wanted to curry favor with them. However, the secret transactions between the heavenly feather race across universes were mostly presided over by the 9 celestial venerables. Downlord Jor-Fa wasn't qualified to come into contact with them. A moment later, the 9th Sacred Master's voice rang out from the sky again. I've found him. Downlord Jor-Fa immediately listened attentively. You've never seen a cultivator of the sword dressed in black armor with golden patterns, and he was able to easily destroy your spacetime domain. Based on this information, I can confirm that he should be a new Downlord of the human race of the fourth universe, Downlord Mountain Sea, the voice said. A new Downlord. Downlord Jor-Fa was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe his ears, but he was listening very carefully. Ninth Sacred Master, this is impossible. Since he's a new Downlord, his strength should be at the desolate level. How could he destroy my spacetime domain so easily? Downlord Jor-Fa shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he felt ashamed and angry. If that was the case, then his performance just now was too embarrassing. He was actually frightened by a desolate-level Downlord. If news of this spread, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Chaos Sea. It's not your fault. According to the information I found, he should have a supreme treasure that can control spacetime. In addition, he can control spacetime himself. That's why he was able to destroy your spacetime domain. Even if you catch up, you can't do anything to him. The 9th Sacred Master's voice rang out in the sky. Supreme treasure? Downlord Jor-Fa's expression changed. That's right. It might be a 6th grade supreme treasure. Downlord Mountain Sea is known as the most talented genius in the history of the fourth universe. The human race might have given him a precious supreme treasure to protect his life. In terms of strength, he's at most a desolate-level Downlord, the 9th Sacred Master said. It was worth mentioning that the 9th Sacred Master didn't find out Jiang Xi's true cultivation level because not many people knew about it. Moreover, after Jiang Xi's battle in the ancient immortal world, the human race in the fourth universe announced that Jiang Xi had become a Downlord. Therefore, apart from the upper echelons of the human race in the fourth universe, Not many people knew that Jiang Xi was actually a rank 5 true lord. Phew. Tao Lord Jiao Fa calmed down a little, and his expression was no longer as ugly. So he's just a new desolate level Tao Lord. The next time we meet, I'll be able to attack without worry. If he really has a 6th grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord Jiao Fa's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Even though the heavenly feather race was the strongest force in the first universe, there was still fierce competition among the races. He was an Eon-level Tao Lord and wasn't qualified to obtain a 6th grade supreme treasure from the race. If he had a 6th grade supreme treasure, then his strength wouldn't just barely be considered a universe-level Tao Lord. He would have the strength to fight against a universe-level Tao Lord. Just you wait. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll eventually be my prey. Chapter 592. Goldflow River. A gigantic boulder stood on the surface of the river, constantly being washed by the majestic golden water. The boulder was originally empty, but 3 figures suddenly appeared. They were Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and Tao Lord Shen Qing. After the 3 of them stood still, Tao Lord Chang Yuan bowed to Jiang Xi with a serious expression. Jiang Xi hurriedly helped him up. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, there's no need for that. However, Tao Lord Chang Yuan was very insistent. Jiang Xi, you saved my life. You're the one who owes me the most. If you have any instructions in the future, just let me know and I'll rush over immediately. I won't back down even if I have to risk my life. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He had finally seen another side of Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had previously told him that Tao Lord Chang Yuan was a very straightforward person. He was stubborn and did things as he pleased. However, Tao Lord Chang Yuan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. As long as he remembered it, he would rush over to help no matter how difficult it was. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, you're also at the Eon realm like Tao Lord Jiao Fa of the Heavenly Feather Race. Why are you completely at a disadvantage in front of him? Jiang Xi could not help but ask. This was a question in his heart and he did not want to embarrass Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Tao Lord Chang Yuan did not care about this and sighed. That's because his secret techniques and supreme treasures far exceed mine. Of course, the root of it is the difference in foundation. The first universe has existed for too long. The Tao Lords who were born there have basically mastered ultimate secret techniques after a long period of accumulation. The more powerful their secret techniques are, the more vast the grotto heavens they open up. In terms of supreme treasures, the first universe has even more supreme treasures. An Eon realm Tao Lord like Tao Lord Jiao Fa has at least 1 grade 5 supreme treasure on him. This is also the reason why I told you to take a detour when you see the elites of the top 3 universes. However, I didn't expect your strength to be so. At the end of his speech, Tao Lord Chang Yuan felt extremely ashamed. Everything he had said to Jiang Xi had come true, but it was all because of himself. I was just lucky. If Tao Lord Jiao Fa had really caught up to me, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Chang Yuan, don't say that. You were quite unlucky to have met a battle maniac like Tao Lord Jafar. If you were facing any of the other Eon Tao Lords of the first universe, you wouldn't end up in such a sorry state even if you weren't a match for them. Tao Lord Arcanum tried to console him as well. Tao Lord Long Wall let out a bitter laugh. No matter how you look at it, he's still weaker than others. Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Shen Qing exchanged glances worriedly. Clearly, Tao Lord Chang Huan's confidence had taken a hit. Phew. Tao Lord Long Wall suddenly let out a long sigh. Then, his gaze became determined. You don't have to worry. After this matter, I've thought it through. If I want to truly roam the Chaos Sea, I have to create an ultimate mystic technique. It just so happened that when I was facing death this time, I had a trace of inspiration. Therefore, I've decided to return to my race and enter seclusion. I won't come out until the mystic technique is completed. Then, I wish you success in your cultivation. Tao Lord Arcanum smiled. Good luck. Jiang Xi nodded. Jiang Xi, I'll never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Tao Lord Long Wall cupped his hands. Goodbye. With that, he teleported in the direction of the fourth universe. As for Jiang Xi and Downlord Arcanum, who stayed at the end of the month, after chatting for a while, they each found a direction and went their separate ways, continuing to roam the Goldflow River. Jiang Xi dived back into the waters of the Goldflow River's inner region. While carefully avoiding the dangerous whirlpools, he sighed inwardly and recalled the conversation just now. Although Downlord Longwall's words were usually unpleasant, some of them made sense. Just like what he said just now, if he wanted to truly roam the Chaos Sea, he really couldn't do it without an ultimate mystic technique. Only by mastering one's own ultimate mystic technique would he have the strength to stand firm in the Chaos Sea. He wouldn't have to hide when he saw the powerhouses of the top 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra is still the most basic ultimate mystic technique. After all, this is a mystic technique that I created with 7 perfected great Taos. There's still a gap between it and those ultimate mystic techniques that are created with the heavenly Tao as the foundation. My main advantages right now are those supreme treasures and an estate world that surpasses the limits of a Tao Lord. These things allow me to be able to protect myself against Tao Lords at the cosmic level, but my chances of defeating one are still minuscule. As for an Eon Tao Lord, I'm definitely not afraid. It's also very difficult to kill one. The only thing lacking is mystic techniques. My attack power is lacking. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Because his strength had increased too quickly, his attack power had become a constant problem. The current solution is to create an ultimate mystic technique. The second is to become a Tao Lord. The third is to obtain a 6-stage offensive true treasure. The first 2 methods depend on time. Because whether it's an ultimate mystic technique or becoming a Tao Lord, the prerequisite is to master a complete heavenly Tao. My avatar is constantly deducing Daoist techniques. As long as there's enough time, it'll be able to deduce the heavenly Tao sooner or later. As for a 6-stage offensive true treasure, it depends purely on luck. Jiang Xi was very clear that the core of his cultivation was the Sword Tao. Only a sword-type offensive true treasure could allow his strength to be maximized. Therefore, it really depended on luck, and it was extremely heaven-defying luck. One had to know that even the entire human race in the 4th universe didn't have a single 6-stage offensive true treasure. Of course, there's another way. Kill Tao Lords, obtain eternal experience points, and then expand the Grotto Heaven world. As long as my Grotto Heaven world is big enough, with the power of the world and the space-time domain, my strength will definitely improve further. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This was even more difficult. The Chaos Sea was too big, and there weren't many Tao Lords. There were even fewer for him to kill. It could be said that with his current strength, hunting Tao Lords in the Chaos Sea was definitely as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Let's explore first. This Goldflow River is one of the 3 most dangerous places. There are many true treasures and inheritances hidden in it. What if I'm lucky? Jiang Xi thought. In the following days, in the process of exploring the Goldflow River, Jiang Xi sometimes encountered experts from the first 3 universes and fought with them. The results of the battles were mostly as Jiang Xi had expected. With his many methods, he wasn't even afraid of Universe Realm Tao Lords, but he couldn't kill them. The Chaos Sea was completely different from the ancient immortal world. The strength of Tao Lords could be fully unleashed here without any restrictions. As for the weakest desolate level Tao Lords, it was very difficult to meet them in the Chaos Sea. After all, not many desolate level Tao Lords dared to explore the Chaos Sea. However, as time passed, Jiang Xi's name as Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas gradually spread in the Chaos Sea. The experts from the first 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes basically knew that the human race of the 4th universe had an additional Tao Lord with such a unique trait. His defense was very strong and difficult to deal with, but his attack methods were weak. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. In the inner area of the Goldflow River, there was a huge stone celestial body that was countless light-years tall. It extended from the depths of the river to here. Due to its large size, this stone pillar-like boulder wasn't afraid of the impact of the Goldflow River and stood tall in the water. In the Goldflow River, there were many such boulders and pillars. Each of them was like a towering mountain range that pierced through the heavens and the earth. With Jiang Xi's size, he was on top of a boulder of this scale. To him, it was just a depression, like a huge canyon. The protruding part was a huge mountain peak, and the flat part was like a boundless plain. At this time, Jiang Xi was sitting cross-legged in a depression of the boulder, temporarily resting and looking at the whirlpools that appeared in the water. It's been 30 years, and I haven't seen a single true treasure. This probability is even lower than in the ancient immortal world. Of course, even so, Jiang Xi knew that the true treasures unearthed in the ancient immortal world were basically third grade and below. There were very few high-grade true treasures. The Chaos Sea was different. As long as there were true treasures that appeared, most of them were third grade and above. The more than 100 battles over the years have made me a lot of progress in terms of actual combat, Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Ever since he had the combat power of a Tao Lord, he had only experienced 2 battles at the Tao Lord level in the primal universe. His combat experience with Tao Lords was still somewhat lacking. During the years in the Chaos Sea, he had been fighting with the Tao Lords of the first, second, and third universes. Although the cultivation civilizations of the various universes were essentially secret techniques that were based on Tao techniques, in terms of practical application, there were differences. The collision of these differences had benefited Jiang Xi a lot, and his understanding of Tao techniques and secret techniques had also deepened. Compared to those old antiques, my advantage is that I'm young. Just wait. When my Tao techniques are deduced to the heavenly Tao level, my strength will be greatly improved. The years in the Gold Flow River are basically like this. Most of the time, it's peaceful. But when an opportunity suddenly comes, it's like water suddenly hitting a boulder, causing monstrous waves. That's when the madness comes. Jiang Xi got up and left the boulder, ending his rest and continuing to explore the Gold Flow River. The Gold Flow River was simply too big. Its length was 100 million light-years, and its width was more than 1 million light-years. As for its depth, it was unfathomable. Just the human race of the fourth universe had explored a depth of 300 million light-years. One could imagine how vast the space covered by the Gold Flow River was. In the entire Chaos Sea, countless powerhouses had spent countless years, but it was still difficult to explore the entire space covered by the river. At this moment, in another part of the Gold Flow River, 2 figures met. They looked similar to humans and had 5 pairs of white wings. They looked rather sacred. If Jiang Xi was here, he would be able to recognize that one of these 2 Tao Lords was Tao Lord Jurfa of the heavenly feather race of the first universe. The other was also quite famous. He was Tao Lord Blue Moon of the heavenly feather race, and his strength was similar to Tao Lord Jurfa's. Jurfa, have you gained anything recently? Tao Lord Blue Moon asked. Don't mention it. I didn't gain anything. I only met Tao Lord Long Wall of the fourth universe last time. I followed him for a long time before I finally had a chance to attack. Then, I used my space-time domain to suppress him. I was about to kill Tao Lord Long Wall, but in the end, Tao Lord Mountain Sea suddenly appeared and rescued him. Tao Lord Jurfa was still somewhat resentful. If I could kill Tao Lord Long Wall and obtain his many supreme treasures, I would have been able to obtain some of them. Coupled with some of my accumulated wealth, I should be able to exchange it for a Tier 5 cardinal treasure. Unfortunately, Tao Lord Jurfa sighed, unwilling to give up. That's a pity. I've heard about this Tao Lord Mountain Sea recently. I heard that his defense is very strong and he has many life-saving methods. If we meet again, call me over and we'll work together to kill him. Tao Lord Blue Moon smiled. No problem. Tao Lord Jurfa immediately agreed. However, whether or not he would call Tao Lord Blue Moon was another matter. He remembered very clearly that the 9th Sacred Lord speculated that Tao Lord Mountain Sea might have a Grade 6 Supreme Treasure on him. Any expert who knew of such an opportunity would want to obtain it for themselves. How could they share it with others? There was also competition within the heavenly feather race, and it was even more intense. Then, the 2 of them left after a short conversation. Wandering in the Gold Flow River was a very lonely thing. Occasionally, when they met experts of the same race, they would stop and chat. Soon, another 3 years had passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon flapped his 5 pairs of white wings with a calm and holy smile on his face as he slowly flew in the Golden River. He was now 100 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. If he continued to go deeper, he would be under pressure. The deeper the danger, the more likely he would die. Only the top universe realm Tao Lords and heavenly venerables could explore the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. Tao Lord Blue Moon kept his spiritual consciousness spread out and carefully probed, not letting any place go. In this vast river, there were many huge stone pillars that were countless light-years tall. The smaller ones were tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones were millions of kilometers in diameter. There might be some opportunities hidden inside. Suddenly, Tao Lord Blue Moon's spiritual consciousness detected a weak aura fluctuation. However, the aura was a little blurry, and he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Is it the aura of another Tao Lord? Or the aura of a supreme treasure? Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes lit up, and his entire aura changed. He stopped and carefully probed his surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. Soon, he locked onto the direction. It was a huge stone pillar in the distance. Over there. He flew over carefully, keeping his guard up. As he got closer, the aura fluctuation grew stronger, and it was completely different from the aura of a Tao Lord. Clearly, this was a supreme treasure. Tao Lord Blue Moon was very excited, but he was even more careful. This was because he knew that the stronger the supreme treasure, the greater the danger around it. After flying for a full 3 days, he finally arrived in front of the huge stone pillar. However, his spiritual consciousness detected that the source of the aura was even deeper in the Gold Flow River. That was an area that only universe realm Tao Lords and heavenly venerables could explore. In the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River, there were even more powerful whirlpools. He was an Eon realm Tao Lord. Although he barely had the combat strength of a universe realm Tao Lord, once he was sucked in by a whirlpool, only death awaited him. Fortune comes from danger. Tao Lord Blue Moon gritted his teeth and flew deeper. Based on the aura fluctuation he detected so far, it was already a Tier 4 supreme treasure. What if he got closer? Down, down, down. Another half a month passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon's aura had weakened by more than half, and only 40% of the imperishable substance was left in his body. As the pattern of the whirlpool's appearance was unpredictable, he had been very careful during this period. However, he was still attracted by some whirlpools and almost got sucked in. Every time, he could only detonate part of his immortal body to escape the whirlpool's attraction. Almost there, right? Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath, and his eyes grew brighter. At this moment, the supreme treasure aura he detected was already a Tier 6 supreme treasure. His destination was close at hand. It was a cave tens of millions of kilometers away. However, what puzzled Tao Lord Blue Moon was that even now, his spiritual consciousness was still unable to detect the situation inside the cave. Who knows how many supreme treasures and legacies are hidden in the Gold Flow River? Every supreme treasure's appearance is different. The supreme treasure this time is of such a high grade. The situation must be very strange. It's normal that I can't detect it, Tao Lord Blue Moon thought to himself. He became more excited and calmer. As a veteran who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs, he was very experienced. He knew very well that when facing an opportunity, the closer it was to the end, the more careful he had to be. A distance of tens of millions of kilometers was covered in an instant for Tao Lord Blue Moon. However, it took him a full minute to fly close to the cave. During this time, he was almost swept away by the whirlpool and used up another 5% of his imperishable substance. Phew! I'm finally here. Tao Lord Blue Moon carefully checked the entrance of the cave that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. He did not discover any dangers or traps. It's better to be careful. He flipped his hand and took out a black flying boat. This is a Tier 4 flying supreme treasure. I'll hide in it. With the supreme treasure's sturdiness, I'll be able to withstand an attack even if I encounter danger at the heavenly venerable level. The time it took for this attack was enough for him to escape. Tao Lord Blue Moon steered the black flying boat into the cave. The cave was also filled with golden river water. The supreme treasure's aura came from the depths of the cave. The flying boat flew slowly and approached the depths of the cave. Moments later, Tao Lord Blue Moon finally saw the source of the supreme treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack that was about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light were constantly emitting from it. A special space. Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes widened in excitement. He had wandered the Chaos Sea for countless years and had seen many special treasures appear. Among them, there were supreme treasures hidden in special spaces. However, he had always been with the other experts of the Heavenly Feather Race. This time, he was monopolizing this opportunity. After wandering for countless years, my chance to rise in the Chaos Sea has come. Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath and calmly steered the supreme treasure flying boat towards the spatial crack. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the white rays of light were actually emitted by the barrier within the spatial crack. It was because of the barrier that his spiritual consciousness could not enter. Poof! The supreme treasure flying boat pierced through the barrier and truly entered the special space. Boom! No. In an instant, the deep cave and the spatial crack in the special space became calm again, as if nothing had happened. In the boundless Chaos Sea, near the enormous First Universe, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather Race floated together like 9 pearls in one of the miniature universes. No. Tao Lord Blue Moon's avatar had been extremely excited, but in an instant, he let out a terrified and indignant roar. Poof! Then he turned into ashes and dissipated into thin air. The moment his avatar was annihilated, the 6th sacred leader of the Heavenly Feather Race immediately appeared. Lan Hu has been annihilated. A sigh reverberated throughout the miniature universe. Soon, dozens of Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race who resided in this miniature universe formed their avatars and arrived at the Sacred Leader continent. 6th Sacred Leader. Blue Moon has fallen. How could he have fallen? This is impossible. Who killed him? The dozens of Tao Lords were all extremely frantic and furious. According to the definition of power, Tao Lord Blue Moon's cultivation level was at the eternity level. However, with his various techniques, he barely had the combat power of a universe-level Tao Lord. Even if he encountered a celestial venerable, he still had a chance of escaping. To the Heavenly Feather Race, it had been countless eras since a great being of such a level had fallen. Blue Moon died instantly. His avatar didn't have time to leave behind any information. The 6th sacred leader's sigh could be heard in the sky. If he had encountered an extremely terrifying danger, he would have contacted the other great beings of the race to help. However, this time, he died in an instant and didn't have time to react. Thus, we can deduce that Blue Moon probably didn't sense any danger beforehand. When he did, he died immediately. The 6th sacred leader sighed. I wonder how he died. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to kill Blue Moon instantly, unless it was one of those legendary invincible celestial venerables, but that's impossible. Ever since celestial venerable purple firmament was suppressed by the 4th universe, no invincible celestial venerables have been born in the Chaos Ocean. It seems that he must have fallen into some dangerous place in Gold Flow River. Some of the Tao Lords were silent. Some sighed. Their expressions were solemn. The 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather Race were closely connected. News of Tao Lord Blue Moon's death quickly spread among the upper echelons of the race. Blue Moon usually only explores the inner area of Gold Flow River at a depth of 100 million light-years. He's always been cautious, so the chances of him being swallowed by the whirlpool are very low. We can basically confirm that the danger must have come from somewhere in the river. Or it could have come from somewhere deeper in Gold Flow River. In any case, if this place can cause Blue Moon to die instantly, it must be extraordinary. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Race discussed for a while. In the end, the 6th sacred leader said, based on the information Blue Moon gave us, he was most recently active in the inner area of Gold Flow River near coordinate 29867. Now, I order the 3 Tao Lords of our race who are exploring Gold Flow River, Tao Lord Jiao Fa, Tao Lord Quan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Shu, to head to that area and search. The 3 of you must be careful. If you discover anything strange or dangerous, don't barge in directly. Yes, sixth sacred leader. The avatars of Tao Lord Zhou, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Shu respectfully bowed and accepted the order. At the same time, the three of them teleported continuously in the void above the Golden River and came to the sky above the 29,867 coordinate reference point. Then, they went deep into the Golden River and began a large-scale search. Chapter 593. The golden water of the Goldflow River surged towards an unknown direction at several times the speed of light. Three figures with powerful auras gathered above the river. Each of them had 5 pairs of white wings and looked very sacred. They were the 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. Lan Rong didn't even have time to leave behind any information before he died. One can imagine how terrifying the danger he encountered was. Even in the inner area of the Goldflow River, there's only a very small chance of such danger appearing below 100 million light-years. Only when it's more than 200 million light-years deep will such danger be more common. Tao Lord Kuan Yu frowned. So, this mission isn't simple. Tao Lord Fang Shu shook his head. We'll follow the sixth sacred lord's orders and search first. If we find any unpredictable danger, we'll report it immediately. We won't take the risk, Tao Lord Zhou said in a low voice. I'm just afraid that we'll work for nothing. The place where Lan Rong died might not even be near the reference point 29867. Yes, this reference point is only the location that Lan Rong reported to the race 100 years ago. The place where he died might be near these coordinates or extremely far away. Forget it. We can't disobey the sixth sacred lord's orders. Let's split up and search. Each of us will be responsible for 1/3 of this reference point. That's all we can do. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race teleported away and entered the river water of the Goldflow River to begin a large-scale search. However, the river water of the Goldflow River covered a very large area and the environment was very complicated. None of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea dared to say that they could search the entire Goldflow River. 10 days later, Tao Lord Zhou, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Shu met again. I've finished searching the area I'm responsible for. I didn't find any useful information. Me too. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were worried. What should they do next if they didn't find anything? The area around a reference point is too large. We used our spiritual senses to search and covered at least 5,000 light-years at a time. Although this search speed is fast, some of the truly dangerous areas and treasure areas are affected by the environment of the Goldflow River and the river water. It'll be very hard for us to find any truly valuable clues just by using our spiritual sense. Tao Lord Jafar sighed. Then what can we do? We know all of this. Do we really have to investigate every light-year? This is impossible. An area of 1 light-year was not only 1 light-year in length, but also 1 light-year in length, width, and height. In the inner area of the flowing Gold River, where the environment is complex, I'm afraid that even 10,000 eras won't be enough to explore an area that covers 1 light-year. The 3 of them were second-tier Tao Lords amongst the Heavenwing Tao Lords. They were all Eon-class Tao Lords, but by relying on various techniques they were able to just barely reach the level of a Universe-class Tao Lord. However, strength was strength. This kind of blind investigation without any information would still consume a lot of time and energy. It would definitely take at least 100 million eras. I can't do a detailed investigation at all. I can only do a simple investigation like this. Let's report the results to the clan first. Agreed. Agreed. Tao Lord Zhou and the other 2 quickly reported the results of their investigation. Continue investigating. Since the reference object 29867 isn't there, expand the scope of the investigation. Do a simple investigation of all the areas that correspond to the 100 reference objects nearby. At the same time, expand the investigation area to a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing Gold River by another 10 million light-years. The sixth sacred lord ordered once more. Understood. Tao Lord Zhou and the other 2 had no choice but to accept the order. Fortunately, it was just a simple investigation with their spiritual senses. It didn't take too long. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The 3 Heavenwing Dowlords had done a simple investigation of all the areas that the 6th Sacred Lord had designated. Dowlord Fengshu had even been lucky enough to obtain a 4th-grade supreme treasure. In addition, they had also discovered 3 strange places. The 6th Sacred Lord of the Heavenwing race had personally descended and investigated them. However, in the end, he didn't find anything. What a waste of effort. I wonder where Lan Rong died, and how he died. The mission is over. The Heavenwing race had spent more than 10 years, but in the end, they could only choose to give up on the investigation if an expert of the Heavenwing race had been killed by another force. They definitely wouldn't have let the matter rest. However, this time, they couldn't find any traces. Dowlord Lan Rong's supreme treasure didn't appear on the bodies of other Dowlords either. Without any clues, the Heavenwing race could only swallow their anger. Dowlord Quan Yu and Dowlord Fengshu left separately, but Dowlord Jia Fa didn't. He continued to go deeper into the flowing Gold River. Before Lan Rong died, I met him near the reference object 29867. At that time, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The place where he died might be near this reference object. In that case, I'll carefully investigate this place and treat it as a search for treasures. In the following time, Dowlord Jia Fa began to carefully investigate the situation in this area. The huge stone pillars in the river, the caves, and the sunken valleys were all places that he focused on investigating. It's said that the flowing Gold River is extremely dangerous and is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. However, I haven't encountered any real danger in the past 40 years. Jiang Ci flew carefully in the 70 million light-years deep region of the flowing Gold River. His spiritual consciousness was constantly spread out. Let's go deeper. He made up his mind and quickly dived deeper. As he dived deeper, he felt the pressure getting stronger. The whirlpools in the Golden River water appeared more frequently and without any pattern. They all emitted a frightening and dangerous aura. Soon, Jiang Ci arrived at the 90 million light-years deep region after several short-distance teleportations. Some of the dangers in this region already had the possibility of killing a universe-realm Dowlord. He had to be more careful and be wary of the whirlpools that could appear at any time. However, at this moment, Jiang Ci suddenly stopped. He looked at the golden-patterned black armor on his body. This was the transformation of the Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, the Sixfold Mountain. The Sixfold Mountain armor trembled just now? Given his strength, he was 100% sure that what he sensed just now was not wrong. The Sixfold Mountain armor had indeed trembled ever so slightly. What's going on? Jiang Ci frowned. Could it be that something had collided with the Sixfold Mountain armor and caused it to tremble? Or perhaps, this supreme treasure had sensed something? Swoosh, swoosh. Jiang Ci dived deeper. Buzz, at this moment, the Sixfold Mountain armor trembled even more intensely. A supreme treasure is attracting me. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. It was like the attraction between 2 magnets. The closer they were, the stronger the attraction. I'm sure it's deeper in the flowing Gold River. Jiang Ci looked even deeper. He had encountered such a situation before. Back in the ancient immortal world, when he met true monarch Blacktime, such a situation had occurred. The threefold mountain on his body and true monarch Blacktime's threefold mountain were 2 incomplete parts of the sixfold mountain. However, the attraction at that time was very strong, while the attraction now was very weak. Could it be that the sixfold mountain is not complete, and there are other incomplete parts below? Jiang Ci thought to himself as he dived deeper. Whoosh! He performed another short-distance teleportation of 10 light-years. It's indeed much stronger. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. The sixfold mountain armor on his body trembled even more intensely. Whoosh! 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 He continued to teleport downward. Buzz! The sixfold mountain armor trembled even more intensely, to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. What a strong attraction! Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. However, he remained calm. Each time he teleported, he would not exceed 10 light-years. Teleporting in such a large area in the flowing Gold River was undoubtedly a suicidal act. Even if he had a map and a strong defense, he would not dare to do so. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xi performed short-distance teleportation at a high frequency, approaching the direction of the Supreme Treasure's reaction. It must be the other parts of the sixfold mountain. I didn't expect to sense it in the Chaos Sea. The last time the two sixfold mountains recombined, it became a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. What about this time? However, I still have to be careful. I don't know if the missing parts are on other experts or hidden somewhere below. Jiang Xi did not dare to relax for even a moment, and his mind was on high alert. Soon, he reached a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing Gold River. Jiang Xi stopped. His spiritual sense detected a slight aura fluctuation, but he could not determine whether it was the Supreme Treasure's aura or an expert's aura. However, the sixfold mountain armor trembled even more intensely. It's even deeper. Jiang Xi frowned. Only universe realm downlords and heavenly venerables could venture into the depths of the flowing Gold River from 100 million light-years to 200 million light-years. Be vigilant. Whether it's on other experts or hidden somewhere, be careful. If there's any danger, teleport away immediately. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. He was not blinded by the temptation of the Supreme Treasure. In terms of life-saving ability, he had the Heaven Connecting Tower. Even if there was danger, he was confident that he could escape. However, the prerequisite was that he had to be calm enough. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In this area, Jiang Xi did not dare to teleport anymore. He followed the attraction between the Supreme Treasures and flew. The direction was very clear. Soon, 10 days had passed. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense finally found the source of the aura. In other words, he was only 1,000 light-years away from that place. However, what puzzled him was that there seemed to be something blocking his spiritual sense, and he could not detect the specific situation. The aura of the Supreme Treasure coming from there has reached the level of a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi did not continue down. He was hesitating. The sixfold mountain he had was only a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. However, at this moment, from 1,000 light-years away, he sensed that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure was already a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. This discovery was indeed a pleasant surprise, but at the same time, he also felt a dangerous aura. I can basically confirm that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure is not on other experts. Otherwise, they would have taken the initiative to confront me. It can only be hidden in a dangerous area below. However, the surrounding dangers must not be underestimated. After some consideration, Jiang Xi decided to continue exploring. His confidence came from two aspects. First, the Heaven Connecting Tower was a special Supreme Treasure. He was confident that he could escape even if there was danger at the Heavenly Venerable level. Secondly, his defense was very strong. The sixfold mountain armor was a Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, and his body's toughness was comparable to a Tier 4 Supreme Treasure. With these two attributes combined, his defense was even comparable to a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure. Of course, there was another reason. His current cultivation level was only a 5th grade True Lord. In terms of recovery speed and price, it was far lower than those Dao Lords who were similar in strength to him. A Dao Lord's rapid recovery required the consumption of imperishable substances. However, he only needed healing immortal medicines. Next, Jiang Xi carefully flew down for another 10 days and finally arrived at his destination. He saw a cave with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. It's actually the aura of a 6th grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and became calmer. He had indeed encountered many dangers along the way. Many times, he was attracted by the sudden appearance of flowing water whirlpools. However, with his strong defense and recovery ability, he survived. Therefore, his strength was still at peak condition. The source of the aura is in the depths of the cave, but my spiritual consciousness still can't detect the specific situation inside. I have to use the Heaven Connecting Tower now. There are not many experts wandering in this area, so the possibility of being discovered is very small. Whoosh, a simple and unadorned 9-story pagoda appeared in the Golden River water. River Word, on the other hand, disappeared, having already entered the inner space of the heavenly reaching tower. Splash! An undercurrent of the river that could kill an Eon Realm Tao Lord crashed into the heaven-connecting tower. However, this 9-story tower that didn't emit any aura remained unmoved, as if it hadn't been hit at all. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Jiang Xi felt as if he had entered a safe house. The sense of danger in his heart lessened greatly, but he still maintained his vigilance. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and flew into the depths of the cave. Moments later, Jiang Xi finally saw the source of the Supreme Treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light constantly escaped from within. At this moment, the 6-fold mountain armor on his body trembled even more violently. There were even blurry phantoms that appeared, as if conveying an extreme desire. It's actually a special space. I don't know why, but a crack has been torn open in this space. Moreover, under the scouring of the Golden River, the exposed layer of the barrier has become very weak. That's why the Supreme Treasure's aura can be emitted. Jiang Xi quickly analyzed the general situation behind it. Let's give it a try first. Even if there was a heaven-connecting tower, Jiang Xi did not rashly barge in. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and approached the spatial crack, carefully sensing the strength of the barrier. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense still could not penetrate it. Then, Jiang Xi took out a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor. After a simple refinement with his spiritual sense, he threw it into the spatial crack. The Supreme Treasure passed through the barrier and entered the special space inside the barrier. Poof! In the next moment, he clearly sensed through his spiritual sense that the Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor had been completely shattered. It's at least at the level of an Eon Tao Lord. Jiang Xi's expression froze. Only experts at the level of an Eon Tao Lord or above could destroy a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure with a single blow. However, this was just a conservative estimate. In reality, the danger behind the barrier was even greater. Let's try again. At this juncture, Jiang Xi did not care about the Supreme Treasure at all. He took out another Grade 2 Supreme Treasure. After a simple refinement, he threw it into the spatial crack. Poof! The Grade 2 Supreme Treasure was also completely shattered, but it lasted a little longer, a millionth of a second. This was already at the level of a Universe Tao Lord. Let's try again. This time, it was a Grade 3 Supreme Treasure, but it still shattered. However, it lasted a millionth of a second. It's already at the level of a Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He could clearly sense all of this through his spiritual sense in the space of Sky Pisser Tower. He had obtained those 3 supreme treasures in the ancient immortal world. At that time, he had disposed of most of the spoils of war, leaving only these 3 supreme treasures. He had originally planned to leave them for the Earth lineage as a foundation, but now they came in handy. Is it worth it? Jiang Xi was weighing the pros and cons. He had only saved these 3 supreme treasures. If he continued to try, it would be a supreme treasure that he could use. The functions of Green Bird Palace and Sky Pisser Tower overlap. If I lose it, so be it. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth and took out the Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure, Green Bird Palace. The Supreme Treasure aura emanating from the spatial crack was already at the level of a Grade 6 Supreme Treasure. If he succeeded this time, the gains would undoubtedly be huge. I killed 4 desolate level Tao Lords and nearly 5,000 perfected Lords in exchange for this Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure. I have to succeed. Jiang Xi still felt a little pained. The value of a Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure was comparable to that of a Grade 5 Supreme Treasure. Then, he shook his head and decisively threw the Green Bird Palace, which he had never used before, into the spatial crack. He entered the special space through that layer of barrier. It works. After a millionth of a second, the Green Bird Palace was not instantly destroyed like the previous 3 supreme treasures. However, after a tenth of a second, he could no longer sense the existence of the Green Bird Palace. A Grade 4 supreme treasure can only last for 0.1 seconds. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. What kind of danger was hidden inside? He stood there and thought for a long time. The sturdiness of the Heaven-span pavilion far surpasses that of a fourth-grade treasure. You can use it to enter this special space. Using this supreme treasure, I can at least last for 0.1 seconds. That's enough time for me to escape. After considering many possibilities, Jiang Xi decided to enter the special space himself. Pop! Sky Pisser Tower easily passed through the barrier in the spatial crack and truly entered the special space. Given riverward strength, his spiritual sense was able to detect everything in the space in an instant. This space was barren, as if it had been forgotten for countless eras. Buzz, endless spatial wind blades, under the effect of a terrifying suction force, swept through this space wantonly like a storm with the power to destroy the world. With just a glance, a storm formed by spatial wind blades had already swept dozens of light-years away. It was obvious that the Green Bird Palace and the other 3 treasures had been destroyed by this storm. However, these spatial wind blades and the suction force were not the real danger. The source was the huge spatial vortex in the middle of the space. How big was it? Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness clearly detected that the diameter of this spatial vortex was a full light-year. He had never seen such a huge spatial vortex. Even if the entire solar system was filled in, it would not be able to block this huge spatial vortex. At this moment, facing the terrifying suction force, even Sky Pisser Tower could not withstand it. It trembled violently and was sucked in by the suction force. Not good. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Hold on. Big, big, big. As Sky Pisser Tower was being sucked in, it was also rapidly expanding. Its size and weight were increasing. Quick. Jiang Xi controlled Sky Pisser Tower. In an instant, this 9-story tower became 9 light-years tall. It was like a real Sky Pisser Tower, sitting on the ground of this space. The top of the tower almost reached the spatial barrier above. In the end, Sky Pisser Tower resisted the terrifying suction force and no longer continued to approach the spatial vortex. The distance between the 2 sides was only 3 light-years. Phew, the powerful Sky Pisser Tower indeed did not disappoint me. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. Although he was in Sky Pisser Tower's space and did not suffer any harm once he entered this unknown and huge spatial vortex, who knew what kind of danger would there be? In the Chaos Sea, the most taboo thing was to enter an unknown spatial vortex, because no one knew where they would be sent to. The unknown was always the most terrifying. But the damaged part of the supreme treasure that attracted the sixfold mountain is not here. Jiang Xi's expression did not look too good. He had lost Green Bird Palace and gained nothing in the end. He had almost lost himself. This special space was empty. Apart from the spatial vortex, he did not see any supreme treasures. However, the sixfold mountain armor was still trembling violently, and the trembling was even more intense than when he entered. The source of the aura is actually coming from the spatial vortex. At this moment, Jiang Xi really did not know whether to be pleasantly surprised or to laugh bitterly. Just the aura coming from the spatial vortex was already at the level of a stage 6 supreme treasure. Then what if he passed through the spatial vortex and reached the other end? How powerful would this aura be? What level would the damaged part that attracted the sixfold mountain be? Stage 7? Jiang Xi shook his head. Definitely more than that. But no matter what, he would not choose to enter this spatial vortex. Just the spatial wind blades and the suction force it emits can destroy a stage 4 supreme treasure instantly. Even if a heavenly venerable came, he would probably not be able to withstand the dangers inside the vortex, right? Although supreme treasures were important, one's life was more important. At the same time, Jiang Xi had another doubt. The spatial vortex was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. However, this spatial vortex in front of him was so powerful. Why was this special space that contained it not swallowed? Could this be a special space formed naturally in the Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi could not think of a definite answer. I'll remember this location. When I'm strong enough in the future, perhaps I can come and explore. Although he had lost Green Bird Palace, it was not like he did not gain anything this time. He obtained information about a Stage 7 Supreme Treasure. A Stage 6 Supreme Treasure was already incomparably precious. A Stage 7 Supreme Treasure's value was even higher. Even heavenly venerable powerhouses did not have many who could possess such a legendary supreme treasure. Chapter 594. In the waters of the Goldflow River, every giant stone pillar extended from the bottom of the river at an unknown depth of light-years. Just their diameters were measured in light-years and were incomparably majestic. The stone pillars were covered with canyon-like depressions and a large number of caves. Even a Dowlord would have to spend an enormous amount of time in order to carefully investigate the holes and caverns of a stone pillar. Therefore, everyone basically used their spiritual senses to investigate. If they discovered something abnormal, they would focus on investigating carefully. When Jiang Ci first entered the special space, he was about 5,000 light-years away from him. Dao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather Race had an excited expression on his face. He was following a giant stone pillar and investigating deeper into the Goldflow River. All these years, he had been exploring the area with coordinates 29867. It was not only to find the place where Dao Lord Blue Moon had fallen, but also to search for treasures for himself. Not long ago, he sensed the aura of a supreme treasure and found his way here. Dao Lord Jia Fa's spiritual senses could cover an area of 5,000 light-years. From his position, he just happened to be able to detect the cave with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. The aura of the supreme treasure is getting stronger and stronger. It's so strong even though it's 5,000 light-years away. A great opportunity. Dao Lord Jia Fa was extremely excited and kept diving down to search. Just like that, half a month passed and he finally arrived outside the cave. At this moment, the supreme treasure's aura had already reached the level of a Tier 6 supreme treasure. Could it be that Dao Lord Blue Moon died here? That's possible. Dao Lord Jia Fa suddenly stopped and broke out in a cold sweat. At this depth of the Goldflow River, dangerous places that could instantly kill an Eon Realm Dao Lord was simply too common. Since this cave contained a Tier 6 supreme treasure, the danger inside was definitely not small. It would not be surprising if there was danger that could kill a Universe Realm Dao Lord. I was almost possessed. If this is really where Dao Lord Blue Moon died, I'll die if I go in. Although supreme treasures were important, one had to be alive first. Report to the race. Dao Lord Jia Fa was very decisive. Greed was the nature of any sentient being. The difference was whether one could control the greed in one's heart. Dao Lord Jafar had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs and experienced countless dangers. He was an expert who could control his greed. A clue to a 6th-tier supreme treasure. I'll be rewarded for reporting it. Together with my own savings, it's enough to exchange for a 5th-tier supreme treasure. Soon, Jia Fa Dao Monarch received news that the 6th sacred master of his race had left his miniature universe and was rushing toward him. The 6th sacred master will need 5 days to get here. However, there are still experts from many factions roaming this area. Dao Lord Jia Fa frowned as he thought to himself. Dao Lord Quan Yu and Dao Lord Fang Shu aren't too far away. Just in case, let's call them over as well. After doing this, Dao Lord Jafar stood guard at the entrance to the cave. Inside the special space, endless spatial wind blades and the auras of precious treasures poured out of the enormous spatial vortex. According to the ranks of supreme treasures, the 6-fold mountain in my body is actually an incomplete supreme treasure. The true treasure on the other side of the spatial vortex is the true body of the true treasure. Jiang Ci hid in the space of Sky Tower, deep in thought. Although he was very tempted, he restrained the desire in his heart very well. I'd better leave this place first and come back later. Jiang Ci shook his head. Next, when he was about to leave, he ran into a little trouble. The power of the spatial vortex was too terrifying. He had to expand Sky Tower to 9 light-years tall to resist the suction force. Now, it wasn't so easy to leave the space. Let's move slowly. Jiang Ci was very patient. He steered the 9 light-year tall Sky Tower, withstanding the endless spatial wind blades and suction force, and slowly flew toward the spatial rift. Under the effect of the suction force, he crossed the distance in less than 1/10,000th of a second. In the end, he used half a month to return to the spatial rift. I have to pass through the enchantment quickly. Jiang Ci was highly focused. Who? Sky Tower shrunk countless times in an instant, becoming an ordinary 9-story tower. Let's go. Jiang Ci's reaction was very fast. In less than 1/1,000,000th of a second, he controlled Sky Tower, passed through the enchantment, and successfully left the special space that was close. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he immediately became alert again. He sensed the aura fluctuations of other experts. Boom. Almost at the same time, a heaven-like world projection descended. It combined with the spacetime control to form an extremely powerful spacetime domain that covered an area of hundreds of light years. Outside the cave, Tao Lord Jiao Fa laughed. Ha ha, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I didn't deliberately look for you. You were the one who wanted to die and bumped into me. You didn't want to live, but you chose to die. You can't blame anyone. This was really a pleasant surprise. He had been worried that the 6th Sacred Lord would need 5 days to arrive. What if the experts of other forces discovered this cave during this period? Therefore, he specially contacted Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Shu, who were not far away. However, Tao Lord Jiao Fa didn't expect that he would only wait for half a day. Before the 2 experts of the same race arrived, Tao Lord Mountain Sea arrived first. Moreover, Tao Lord Mountain Sea happened to appear in the depths of the cave. After half a day of investigation, he already knew that there was something strange about this cave that could block spiritual senses. Clearly, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had entered the cave before him. However, the aura of the supreme treasure did not disappear. This meant that Tao Lord Mountain Sea did not obtain the supreme treasure in the cave. He's a new Tao Lord of the human race, but he can enter and exit the depths of the cave freely. This means that there's no danger inside at all. I worried too much before. In that case, after I kill him, I'll go deeper to explore. Let's see how you escape this time. Tao Lord Jiao Fa was full of smiles. Previously, the 9th Sacred Lord had speculated that Tao Lord Mountain Sea might have a special 6th grade supreme treasure that could control spacetime. However, its offensive methods were too weak. In recent years, he had been collecting information about Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The evaluations of the various forces on Tao Lord Mountain Sea also confirmed this speculation. Even if your spacetime domain is more powerful than mine, you can't escape at all in this cave. Since your offensive methods are not good, then die. Your supreme treasure will become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a heavenly venerate. Tao Lord Jiao Fa's face was full of excitement as he flew into the depths of the cave with the giant red sword. Oh no! In the depths of the cave, Jiang Ci had just passed through the spatial rift when he entered the unique spacetime of the heavenly feather race. His spiritual senses had already detected the traces of the enemy. This is troublesome. Jiang Ci frowned. He had only obtained a clue to a legendary supreme treasure after such a huge loss. How could it be discovered so easily? The Golden River was so big. How could he have bumped into it? His luck was too bad. He shook his head again. It was better to think about how to deal with his opponent first. Break! Jiang Ci shouted. The extremely real Mountain Sea spacetime instantly descended. Crack! Dense and terrifying cracks appeared in the spacetime of the Kingdom of Heaven and began to collapse. However, Tao Lord Jiao Fa did not care. He took advantage of this opportunity to pounce in front of Jiang Ci. There's no choice. I can only fight. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. The heaven-connecting tower transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in his hand. Then, like a sword, it stabbed out. Although this special supreme treasure could only unleash the power of the 42nd level, the supreme treasure itself was extremely sturdy. Even the spatial wind blades in the special space could not shake the heaven-connecting tower, let alone an Eon Realm Tao Lord. At the same time, Jiang Ci also used the 5-element sword technique of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Kill. The tip of the heaven-connecting tower, which was glowing with 5-colored sword light, stabbed towards Tao Lord Jiao Fa. This stab was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the void and countless vortexes appeared in the Golden River water. As for Tao Lord Jiao Fa, he was brandishing the giant red sword. Like before, He gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. Therefore, this stab pierced Tao Lord Jafar without any obstruction. Fat. Ah! Tao Lord Jafar howled miserably as his body trembled violently. His aura instantly weakened and his imperishable substance rapidly decreased. In just an instant, 50% of his imperishable substance was lost. How is that possible? Who said that his offensive methods are useless? Tao Lord Jafar was confused. One strike took away half of his life. He was wearing a grade 5 defensive supreme treasure. Why didn't it have any defensive effect? Supreme treasure. The long shuttle in his hand is definitely a grade 6 offensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Jafar's face was pale with fear. Since you're here, don't leave. Jiang Ci was wearing black armor with golden patterns. His aura was majestic like a god of war. He held the long shuttle formed by the heaven connecting tower and swung it like a rod or a sword. If the EXP panel was his greatest trump card for cultivation, then the heaven connecting tower was his greatest trump card for combat. When he came out of the special space earlier, Tao Lord Jafar had already seen the heaven connecting tower. Naturally, there was no need to hide it. Bang! This time, Tao Lord Jafar was prepared and raised the giant red sword to block. However, the power of the heaven connecting tower was too strong and unstoppable, sending him flying. The powerful power caused his aura to drop by another 10%. Run! Tao Lord Jafar was anxious. However, this cave was covered by the space-time domain and could not teleport. How fast could he fly? Soon, the long shuttle tore through the void and swept over with a 5-colored sword beam. Tao Lord Jafar began to despair. He did not expect the situation to change so quickly. A second ago, he was still extremely confident and thought that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was in the bag. Now, he had become the target of pursuit. Clang! Tao Lord Jafar's grade 5 supreme treasure sword collided with the heaven connecting tower once more. The terrifying power generated swept across an area of several light years, forming a terrifying undercurrent. At the same time, the aura of the universe realm Tao Lord of the heavenly feather race dropped by another 10%. Human, are you prepared to offend the heavenly feather race? Tao Lord Jafar hollered. You're about to die and you still dare to say such threatening words. Jiang Ci sneered. Spare my life and you'll be a friend of the heavenly feather race from now on. Tao Lord Jafar was truly anxious. Sorry, you're not worthy. Jiang Ci swung the long shuttle formed by the heaven connecting tower and smashed it out again. Bang! Tao Lord Jafar was sent flying once more and his aura dropped once more. At most, he would die 3 more times. Kuan Yu, Fang Shu, hurry and save me, Tao Lord Jafar suddenly shouted. At the same time, 2 more heavenly spacetime domains descended and overlapped with Tao Lord Jafar's spacetime domain. Buzz! The 3 heavenly spacetime domains overlapped and became even stronger. They were even stronger than the spacetime domains of ordinary universe realm Tao Lord. Initially, Jiang Ci had the upper hand in the spacetime domain. But now, he was at a disadvantage. 5,000 light-years away from the cave, Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Shu had terrible expressions and were in disbelief. Like Tao Lord Jafar, they were both universe realm Tao Lords and their actual combat strength was similar. They were both barely at the universe realm. However, at that moment, they could not believe that Tao Lord Jafar was being hunted down by a human Tao Lord and could not fight back at all. And this human Tao Lord was none other than Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who had just gained some fame not long ago. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's offensive methods are weak? Tao Lord Kuan Yu was bewildered. Don't worry about that. Saving Jafar is more important, Tao Lord Fang Shu said in a deep voice. Then, the 2 of them ignored the danger and teleported 5,000 light-years away to the cave. At the same time, Tao Lord Jafar's aura was less than 20% and he was about to die. Jiang Ci was about to attack again mercilessly. Human, you dare to kill him? Tao Lord Kuan Yu shouted angrily. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if you kill him, my heavenly feather race will definitely destroy all the experts of the human race in the 4th universe. Tao Lord Fang Shu also threatened loudly. Jiang Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. A threat. He would not fall for it. Kill. He shouted loudly. The long shuttle was like a sword, carrying endless might as it fiercely pierced out. Kai. Dao Lord Jiao Fa, who was already no match for Jiang Xi, was even more helpless after his aura dropped to less than 20% and was instantly pierced. This heavenly feather race expert, whose combat strength had barely reached the level of a universe Dao Lord, howled in grief and indignation and was directly annihilated. You killed an Eon Realm Dao Lord. Eternal Experience +6, the notification on the experience panel sounded. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. He had been in Chaos Sea for decades, and he had finally opened his shop. Killing an Eon Realm Dao Lord was equivalent to killing 6 Desolate-level Dao Lords. And the spoils of war. After Dao Lord Jiao Fa died, the few supreme treasures floating on the spot, including the armor and the Scarlet Sword, were all 5th stage supreme treasures. They were also great gains. With a wave of his hand, Riverward collected these few supreme treasures into his pouch. Human. You're courting death. Dao Lord Kuan Yu and Dao Lord Fang Shu were furious. Kill and steal? To the heavenly feather race, they were the only ones who killed and stole in Chaos Sea. No faction had ever dared to do this to them. Even the 2 Holy Land universes had to be polite when they saw them. Now, this small human Dao Lord from the 4th universe had actually killed a top Eon Realm Dao Lord of their heavenly feather race right in front of them. Dao Lord Kuan Yu and Dao Lord Fang Shu were furious. This Mountain Sea Dao Lord deserved to be killed. The humans of the 4th universe should be destroyed. Dao Lord Kuan Yu and Dao Lord Fang Shu each struck out with their palms. 2 huge black palm prints did not give Jiang Xi any room to dodge. The palm prints were extremely powerful, barely reaching the level of a universe Dao Lord. However, Jiang Xi had no intention of defending at all. He directly used his body to receive the palm. Boom. 2 huge black palm prints landed on Jiang Xi's body. Energy exploded, creating a terrifying whirlpool and undercurrent in the Golden River water. Even an ordinary Eon Realm Dao Lord will be severely injured under these 2 palms. Dao Lord Kuan Yu said coldly. But at this moment, whoosh, Jiang Xi's figure passed through the energy erupting from the palm prints and attacked them directly. With a level 5 defensive treasure and his own level 4 body, he was not afraid of this level of attack at all. The long shuttle formed by Heaven Connecting Tower instantly arrived in front of Dao Lord Kuan Yu with a terrifying might. Kai. The tip of the tower pierced Dao Lord Kuan Yu. His defensive treasure was inferior to Dao Lord Jiao Fa's, so his aura instantly weakened by 70%. What? Dao Lord Kuan Yu panicked. Run, run! He screamed in a shrill voice. Not far away, Dao Lord Fang Shu turned around and wanted to escape without thinking. They did not see the scene of Riverward crushing Dao Lord Jiao Fa. Escape? Can you escape? Jiang Xi sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Let's fight to the death. Dao Lord Fang Shu's expression was extremely solemn. Because they were in the space-time domain, they could not teleport. Moreover, after Dao Lord Jiao Fa died, only their space-time domain overlapped, so its power was greatly reduced. Now that they were at a disadvantage in the fight for the space-time domain, their speed was naturally much lower. Dao Lord Kuan Yu laughed bitterly. Unlike Dao Lord Fang Shu, he did not have a clone. Like Dao Lord Jiao Fa, if he died this time, he would truly die. Among the 3 of them, only Dao Lord Fang Shu had a clone. Boom. The battle erupted once more, but the situation was one-sided. Jiang Xi crushed the 2 Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race completely. His defense was strong to begin with, but his offensive methods were weaker. Now that he had released Heaven Connecting Tower, he made up for his lack of offense. A moment later. Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Dao Lord Kuan Yu roared in grief and indignation before turning into ashes with a poof. The remaining Dao Lord Fang Shu had a grim expression and was about to die as well. There was less than 40% of the imperishable substance in his body. With Jiang Xi blocking the entrance of the cave, there was no way he could escape. I noticed that you were very careful when you attacked, worried that the aftershocks of the battle would hit the spatial rift. Are you afraid? Or are you worried about destroying what's behind the spatial rift? Tao Lord Fang Shu suddenly asked. Jiang Xi's expression darkened as he raised his shuttle and swept it out. However, he was still a step too late. The focus of his attacks earlier on was all on Tao Lord Kuan Yu. It would definitely take time for him to turn to Tao Lord Fang Shu. You're indeed very strong. I wonder if you can withstand my self-destruction. Tao Lord Fang Shu laughed. As he laughed, his body expanded instantly. Under the high-speed circulation of the violent energy, its power increased by hundreds and thousands of times. Boom, 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 boom. The self-destruction of an Eon Realm Tao Lord was definitely comparable to the combined attack of 100 Eon Realm Tao Lords. The terrifying power caused the cave to collapse and terrifying abyssal rifts exploded in the void. Crack, 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 crack. It even shook the gigantic stone pillar that had stood for countless epochs. Jiang Xi reacted quickly and retracted his spacetime domain immediately, wanting to teleport away. However, the power of an Eon Realm Tao Lord self-destruction was too great. The spatial rift in the depths of the cave was torn apart in an instant. The weak barrier turned into spatial turbulence and was swept away by the Golden River water. The enormous spatial vortex was also visible in the Goldflow River. A powerful gravitational force that could devour a celestial venerable instantly spread out. The endless river water was devoured. Splash! The gigantic stone pillar where the cave was located broke in the middle, stirring up one vortex after another. The spatial vortex with a diameter of 1 light-year was like a huge mouth that could devour everything. It attracted all tangible and even intangible objects, turning them into a raging torrent. Jiang Xi wanted to curse. He was in this torrent, and the void was in chaos. There was no chance for him to teleport. He only had time to enter Heaven Connecting Tower. Then, almost at the moment when the spatial vortex appeared, it was swallowed up. The Heavenly Feather Race was the strongest peak race in the first universe and also the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea, second only to the 2 Holy Land universes. However, at this moment, this powerful race was in chaos, which was rare. This was because in a short 3 minutes, they had lost 2 top Eon Realm Tao Lords. Including Tao Lord Blue Sea who had perished a few decades ago, they had lost a total of 3 top-tier Eon Tao Lords in the past 100 years. In the miniature universe of the first Sacred Master, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Race gathered in a temple through their avatars. Fang Shu, what's going on? Weren't the 3 of you together? Why did Jiao Fa and Kuan Yu die one after another? What danger did you encounter? The Tao Lords asked anxiously. Tao Lord Fang Shu laughed bitterly. Everyone, actually, my true body died just now. The Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race looked at each other. This meant that 4 Eon Realm Tao Lords had died. Moreover, these 4 Eon Realm Tao Lords had barely reached the Universe Realm Tao Lord level. Even if they encountered a celestial venerable, they had a chance of escaping. Now, they had died one after another. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Heavenly Feather Race. Fang Shu, explain the situation. The first Sacred Master's voice rang out from the skies. Tao Lord Fang Shu bowed. First Sacred Master, all of this was done by Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race of the 4th universe. The cave that Jiao Fa reported did indeed have the aura of a 6th-tier true treasure. He recounted everything that had happened in the cave. Instantly, the temple was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Race were all shocked beyond belief. As for the 6th-tier true treasure, it was no longer important. A newly ascended Tao Lord of the 4th universe had actually killed 3 Eon Realm Tao Lords of their race. This was what infuriated them the most. A puny human from the 4th universe dares to disrespect the Heavenly Feather Race. How audacious! Even that half-step celestial venerable Tao Lord 9 Clouds wouldn't dare to kill a Tao Lord of our race. Dear Sacred Masters, issue a bounty to kill all the humans of the 4th universe of the primal Chaos Sea. How can we allow such a weak power to act so impudently in the name of the Heavenly Feather Race? Kill all their Tao Lords, kill Venerable Ming, and avenge Jiao Fa and the others. Also, Tell the other powers of the primal chaos sea that the heavenly feather race is inviolable. Finally, the first sacred master spoke. I order all the powers of the primal chaos sea to issue a bounty. Kill a desolate level Tao Lord of the fourth universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with a fourth tier true treasure. Kill a flood level Tao Lord of the fourth universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 fourth tier true treasures. Kill an Eon realm Tao Lord of the fourth universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 fifth tier true treasure. Kill a universe Tao Lord of the fourth universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 fifth tier true treasures. Also, kill a mountain sea Tao Lord of the fourth universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 sixth tier true treasure. This bounty was like a declaration of war that quickly spread to nearly 100 forces in the primal chaos sea. All the forces knew that the heavenly feather race was about to establish their might. Ever since the heavenly feather race became the third power of the primal chaos sea, no weak force had dared to offend them like this. The name of Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea officially spread throughout the primal chaos sea. He came from a weak force, but he actually dared to kill 3 top Eon realm Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race. He was dead meat. This was the evaluation of Jiang Ci by many forces in the primal chaos sea. Chapter 595. After the meeting of the upper echelons of the heavenly feather race, the first sacred lord summoned Tao Lord Fengshu's clone alone. As a heavenly venerable, the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race had 6 pairs of white wings. He had 1 more pair than the Tao Lord of the heavenly feather race. He looked at Tao Lord Fengshu kindly and asked, "You said that there was a spatial crack in the depths of the cave and that there might be a special space inside?" "Yes, the aura of a 6th-stage supreme treasure came from there." Tao Lord Mountain Sea seemed to be worried that he might destroy the spatial crack. Tao Lord Fengshu said respectfully, "Do you remember what happened after you self-destructed?" The first sacred lord asked again. Tao Lord Fengshu frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "At the moment my true body's spiritual sense collapsed, I seemed to see an incomparably huge spatial vortex appear from the shattered spatial rift. That spatial vortex had a diameter of at least 1 light year. I don't know what happened after that. By the way, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's shuttle was suspected to be a 6th-stage offensive supreme treasure." The first sacred lord's eyes flashed. He nodded slightly and said, "No matter what, your main body died because of the race's mission. Later, go to the race and get a set of 5th-stage supreme treasures." "Ah, thank you, first sacred lord." Tao Lord Fengshu was pleasantly surprised. A set of 5th-stage supreme treasures included an offensive supreme treasure, an armor supreme treasure, an essence soul supreme treasure, and a flying supreme treasure. This way, even if his main body died, his strength didn't decrease. Instead, he became stronger. After Tao Lord Fengshu left, the first sacred lord looked in the direction of the chaos sea and muttered to himself, "Such a huge spatial whirlpool in a special space. This is something that has never been seen before. It's worth paying attention to." Then, he ordered the 9th sacred lord to head to the chaos sea as well. This way, the heavenly feather race's 6th sacred lord and 9th sacred lord, 2 heavenly venerables, moved out at the same time. They had 2 goals: to explore the unknown spatial whirlpool and to establish the might of the heavenly feather race. At the same time, in the mountain sea grotto heaven in the 4th universe, Jiang Ci's clone was hiding in his own grotto heaven. When his main body fell into the huge spatial whirlpool, Jiang Ci was indeed very nervous. However, there was only one word to describe the current situation: helpless. Because their minds were connected, he was also aware of everything that had happened to the original body. Now, under the protection of the heavenly tower, his original body was being transported to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. The speed was extremely fast, crossing an unknown number of light-years every second. With the heavenly tower here, it should be able to keep my main body safe. I'm just afraid that I might end up in some dangerous place and be unable to escape. That would be troublesome. Jiang Ci shook his head lightly. At this moment, he received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. "Jiang Ci, the heavenly feather race has issued a bounty to the experts of the human race in the 4th universe. They even specifically listed you." "What happened?" The message also contained the details of the bounty. After Jiang Xi finished reading, his eyes turned cold. The heavenly feather race was truly tyrannical. If they failed to snatch the treasure, they would be exterminated. This bounty order was equivalent to exterminating the human race. If the higher-ups of the human race died, then the other forces of the fourth universe would definitely join forces to exterminate the human race. Then, Jiang Xi explained the situation. Master, I met Tao Lord Fa of the Heavenly Feather Race just now, however, he did not mention that his main body had yet to escape. Although the upper echelons of the human race had internal competition, they were very united against outsiders. If everyone knew that his main body was still in danger, they would definitely think of ways to rescue him. At that time, it might implicate the other experts of the human race. He had already seen the danger of this spatial vortex. Even heavenly venerables could die if they were swallowed in. I'll settle everything myself, Jiang Xi thought to himself. On the other side, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was silent for a long time after understanding the reason. At this moment, his main body and avatar were fighting in the Chaos Sea. This was an avatar he had left behind. It's only been 200 years since the battle in the ancient immortal world. Not long after entering the Chaos Sea, he killed 3 Eon Realm Tao Lords who barely had the combat strength of a universe realm. This disciple of mine is becoming more and more unfathomable. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a complicated expression. Then, this avatar of his arrived in the bright universe of Tomorrow Supremacy and appeared in front of a huge temple in the void. Senior Brother Ming. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shouted outside the temple. Nine Firmaments, why are you here? Tomorrow Supremacy walked out of the temple in the form of a white-robed middle-aged man. The next moment, his mind stirred and he knew what had happened. Tomorrow Supremacy said in surprise, your disciple? Yes, I don't understand either. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and said with a serious expression, I called you here mainly because of the bounty the Heavenly Feather Race issued. What do you think? Stop war with war. Tomorrow Supremacy's aura suddenly erupted. All right. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. I just heard that the 2 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race moved out without hiding their whereabouts. Do you want me to cooperate with you? No need, I alone am enough. A dragon-patterned scepter appeared in Tomorrow Supremacy's hand. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and did not insist, because Tomorrow Supremacy had a rank 6 offensive treasure, the Chaotic Heavens Scepter. 100 years ago, the Chaotic Heavens immortal abode of the ancient immortal world had opened. Tomorrow Supremacy had relied on an immortal abode token to fight his way to the end and obtained this Chaotic Heavens Scepter. With a rank 6 offensive treasure in hand, Tomorrow Supremacy's strength was even stronger than before. Jiang Xi hid in the space of sky-piercing tower and was swept to an unknown place by the huge spatial vortex. The suction force of this spatial vortex was too strong, and the distance it covered was unknown how many billions of light years. Therefore, it could not stop for a while. Endless spatial wind blades swept through the vortex channel, and the terrifying power was probably enough to annihilate even a heavenly venerable instantly. Fortunately, I have sky-piercing tower. Otherwise, my true body would have really fallen. Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Many of his methods were mostly used on his true body. If he died, his strength would probably fall directly to the lowest level of Tao Lords. Next, Jiang Xi allowed sky-piercing tower to be swept by the suction force and began to organize the gains of this battle. This time, the gains are not small. Just the rank 5 treasures alone, there are 4. Tao Lord Fa and Tao Lord Quan Yu each had 2 rank 5 treasures, and Tao Lord Fang Shu had self-destructed. Things happened too suddenly, and he did not even have the chance to take away Tao Lord Fang Shu's treasures. What a pity. An Eon Realm Tao Lord is 6 yuan of eternal experience points, and it's gone. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. All in all, the gains from this battle are still very big. In this battle, in addition to the treasures, he also obtained 12 yuan of eternal experience points. Of the 12 yuan of eternal experience points, 10 yuan has been converted into eternal fragments, and the remaining 2 yuan has been left to deduce Tao techniques. Next, Jiang Xi let his clone in the Grotto Heaven world begin to expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion was completed, his strength would rise to another level. Without relying on sky-piercing tower, he would have cosmic combat power. Wait and see. The last time I fused with the 5 Yuan eternal fragments, it took more than 100 years to complete the expansion. This time, it will definitely take longer. Jiang Xi thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Sky-piercing tower was still being brought to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. On this day, Jiang Xi suddenly realized that the suction force outside had begun to weaken. Am I finally coming to the other end of the spatial vortex? Jiang Xi took a deep breath and began to try to control sky-piercing tower to escape the suction force. On the other side, in the cave that had been destroyed by Tao Lord Fang Shu's self-destruction, the sudden appearance of the huge spatial vortex had turned this place into a new dangerous place. The monstrous golden river water continued to pour into the spatial vortex. With the huge spatial vortex as the center, the area within a radius of hundreds of light-years was covered by the suction force. The closer it was to the center, the stronger the suction force. At this moment, 100,000 light-years away from the spatial vortex, ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures appeared at the same time. Each figure had 6 pairs of white wings, but their auras were very ordinary and did not have the slightest bit of power. However, if any Tao Lord in the Chaos Sea saw them, they would be able to recognize that they were the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan. Any expert who ventured into the Chaos Sea would be told that there were some terrifying existences that could not be provoked. The 9 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan were 9 heavenly venerables that could not be provoked. The 6th and 9th sacred lords stared in the direction of the spatial vortex. Given their strength, they could vaguely sense the terrifying aura there. In just a few short decades, our clan has lost 4 top-tier Eon Realm Tao Lords, the 6th sacred lord said. 3 of them were killed by new human Tao Lords in the 4th universe. Some of the powers in the Chaos Sea have already begun to mock our Heavenly Feather Clan. This time, the 2 of us will join forces and show those other races the might of the Heavenly Feather Clan. That's right. The Heavenly Feather Clan is the strongest clan in the 1st universe and the 3rd strongest power in the Chaos Sea. Even the 2 Holy Land universes do not dare to provoke us. That puny human from the 4th universe dares to provoke us. This time, we must annihilate them. The 9th sacred lord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 2 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan spoke in a domineering tone. This was because they were confident. The 2 Holy Land universes had transcendent statuses, and the experts that came from them rarely became enemies with other powers. Hence, strictly speaking, the Heavenly Feather Clan was the strongest and most domineering clan in the Chaos Sea. This was because this clan was truly powerful. In terms of overall strength, the Heavenly Feather Clan had many Tao Lords. Of course, compared to the 2 Holy Land universes, the Heavenly Feather Clan's Tao Lords were slightly weaker. However, the Heavenly Feather Clan had many celestial venerables, a total of 9. In this aspect, they were much stronger than the 2 Holy Land universes. This was because the 2 Holy Land universes were unable to produce new celestial venerables. The current celestial venerables had all survived from ancient eras, and their miniature universes had been destroyed long ago. Without their miniature universes, the celestial venerables would naturally be much weaker. This made the celestial venerables of the 2 Holy Land universes weaker than the Heavenly Feather Clan. Naturally, they would be wary of them. The eternity is coming. This calamity will be the era of the Heavenly Feather Clan. This time, we must show those other races that the might of the Heavenly Feather Clan is not to be trifled with. The 6th Sacred Lord said. The 9th Sacred Lord nodded lightly. The humans of the 4th universe have jumped out at this time. This is the perfect time to establish our might and lay the foundation for the upcoming battle of eternity. Then he said softly, they only have 1 Ming Zun. Although he is strong and has 3 bodies, he doesn't even have a 6th-tier attack true treasure. He is no match for us at all. We have 9 celestial venerables and obtained the ancient inheritance from the ruins of myriad worlds. In the entire Chaos Sea, only celestial venerable Purple Firmament, who is eternally suppressed by the fourth universe, can suppress us. The other celestial venerables are nothing to be afraid of. This time, we will use that space whirlpool as bait. No matter how many celestial venerables are attracted, we must punish them severely, especially that Ming Zun. If he comes, we will kill him directly. The two celestial venerables talked as they continuously teleported closer to the giant space whirlpool. To them, a distance of 1,000,000 light-years was just a matter of time. At the same time, in the void space 10 million light-years away from Goldflow River, chaotic grey fog was churning. An enormous abyss was affecting the environment of this void space. This was a famous danger zone in Chaos C9 Extinction Abyss. Even universe-level Tao Lords didn't dare to set foot here. Boom! A golden staff shadow appeared out of thin air like a dragon swimming in the sky. Break! A gentle but powerful voice sounded in this void space. The light that shot into the sky caused the surrounding grey fog to disperse. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, shattering the void above 9 Extinction Abyss. In such a dangerous environment, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible to teleport. However, this staff shadow directly shattered the void space and brought a white figure with it. Its speed kept increasing 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. In less than a minute, it crossed the extremely dangerous 9 Extinction Abyss. Whoosh! Then, the white figure successfully teleported away from this area. After this teleportation, Ming Zun looked at the Goldflow River in the distance. Phew, I'm finally here. There were many dangerous places on the way from the fourth universe to the Goldflow River. This journey would have taken half a month. However, Ming Zun swept through all the dangerous places in an absolute manner. In the end, it only took him 5 days to complete the journey. The heavenly feather race of the first universe has reproduced for countless eras. In terms of the number and quality of strong beings, they are the top existence in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, their strong beings have a kind of arrogance in their bones. They are domineering and powerful, and they don't even care about the two Holy Land universes. This time, Jiang Ci embarrassed them, so he wants to take the opportunity to use the human race of the fourth universe to establish his dominance. Back then, when Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky was invincible in the Chaos Sea, no Heavenly Venerate dared to be presumptuous. Even the Heavenly Feather race had to obediently submit. This time, I'll imitate Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky. With the 6th-stage True Treasure Cupid Sky Staff, my original body can finally display its strength. Heavenly Feather race, I hope you are a good opponent. Ming Zun, who looked like a middle-aged man in white, hadn't stepped into the Chaos Sea for a long time. He had one original body and 2 clones. Usually, only the 2 clones wandered in the Chaos Sea. His original body rarely moved. Whoosh! Ming Zun teleported again and directly entered the inner area of Goldflow River, approaching the huge space whirlpool. In the past few days, the news of a new danger zone appearing in Goldflow River had spread to almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the traces of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race had also spread. All the forces knew that this was the intention of the Heavenly Feather race. Since they wanted to establish their dominance, they couldn't remain calm. Only by making it public and causing a huge commotion would they be able to attract more attention, and the effect of establishing their prestige would be better. Therefore, Ming Zun didn't need to search at all. He could easily obtain the whereabouts of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race. Hong! As the devouring force kept decreasing, Jiang Ci finally regained control of Sky Tower. Then, he drove Sky Tower and flew rapidly in the whirlpool tunnel. Finally, he passed through the other end of the space whirlpool and arrived at an unknown place. Jiang Ci hid in Sky Tower and was very safe. However, the scene in front of him made him very surprised. This was another special space. The area was huge, but the structure was very simple. There was a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. There were no plants on it, only ancient palaces connected together. Putting the island aside, Jiang Ci felt that this lake was very strange. The mirror-like lake was divided into many densely packed areas. Every area was reflecting an image, just like a surveillance camera. Although the image wasn't big, it seemed to encompass the entire world and monitored the space within a radius of tens of thousands of light-years. When one's spiritual consciousness probed it, they could see the detailed surveillance scene. At the same time, above each area, there was a normal-sized space whirlpool. There were more than 100,000 of them. Jiang Xi came out from one of the space whirlpools. He looked at the surveillance area below the space whirlpool and probed with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, he found that the surveillance area below was showing the place where he fought with the 3 Dao lords of the heavenly feather race. Through the surveillance image, he could clearly see that the huge space whirlpool was the center of that place and had turned into a new danger zone. Could it be that this space can monitor the entire Chaos Sea? Or could it be that through these space whirlpools, I can reach all places in the Chaos Sea? Looking at the surveillance areas and space whirlpools, Jiang Xi's heart was in turmoil. How powerful must a force be to be able to do this? Even the 2 holy lands couldn't do it, right? Such a great divine ability should be achieved through the space whirlpools above each surveillance image. The other end of the space whirlpools is probably in the depths of the 3 great danger zones. Just like the huge space whirlpool I passed through, it's hidden in a special space and is extremely dangerous. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to step into it. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and made these conjectures in his heart. He had relied on the heaven-reaching tower to escape this calamity. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come to this mysterious surveillance space. Soon, after a careful examination, the images confirmed his guess. It was divided into many lakes, and the surveillance images displayed seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Many of the scenes in the images were familiar to him. For example, when he was rushing to Goldflow River from the 4th universe, some of the danger zones he passed through on the way were in these images. Of course, he didn't recognize most of them. The existence that built this huge surveillance system definitely doesn't belong to this era. This is a civilization that was once extremely powerful. Jiang Xi's shock couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The aura of the supreme treasure that attracted the 6th-level mountain came from that space whirlpool. Jiang Xi looked at one of the space whirlpools. Moreover, the aura of the supreme treasure coming from that space whirlpool had surpassed a 6th-stage supreme treasure and reached a 7th-stage supreme treasure. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. He didn't know where it was, or if it was one of the 3 great danger zones. Jiang Xi didn't rush into the space whirlpool. He planned to go to the island in the middle of the lake to explore first. Just then, a new situation appeared. Jiang Xi found that the corresponding surveillance image of the space whirlpool he came from had changed. A terrifying figure appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. It was more than 100,000 kilometers tall, like a flaming demon god, and its entire body was emitting monstrous lava flames. True Flame Demon Lord. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. This was a heavenly master from the 2nd universe. He was very famous in the Chaos Sea and belonged to a special life form, somewhat similar to the fire spirit of the 4th universe. How did he find this place? Jiang Xi was puzzled. On second thought, he understood. The huge space whirlpool had a diameter of 1 light-year, and the power it emitted covered an area of more than 100 light-years. The Empyrean powerhouses wandering in the Goldflow River could sense the commotion there with just a slight sense. It's going to be interesting. Jiang Xi had the mentality of watching a good show. Through the monitoring screen, his spiritual sense could clearly observe what was happening there as if he was in the scene himself. Moreover, Jiang Xi wasn't worried that the other party would pass through the huge space whirlpool and come to this mysterious surveillance space. The power of the huge space whirlpool was too strong. The space wind blades emitted from the whirlpool channel could instantly annihilate a 4th-stage supreme treasure. Even a 6th-stage supreme treasure couldn't last long. To pass through the channel in the space whirlpool, it would take a total of 5 days. What kind of defense could withstand the endless space wind blades in the channel for 5 days? Unless the other party also had a special supreme treasure like the Sky Tower, the possibility of this was very slim. Even if the other party could come, it would still take 5 days. Therefore, Jiang Xi wasn't worried about his safety at all. In the surveillance image, True Flame Demon Lord frowned as he looked at the space whirlpool 100 light-years away. He muttered to himself, the aura of a six-stage supreme treasure. After hesitating for a moment, he began to approach the space whirlpool, slowly moving forward against the storm-like space wind blades. However, he stopped after moving forward for only 10 light-years. Scary. If I go any closer, I might be swallowed directly. True Flame Demon Lord shook his head. Boom. Boom. Another two figures appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. Each of them had 6 pairs of white wings and looked extremely holy. They were the 6th and 9th sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan. When they saw the huge space whirlpool, their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. This was because the aura of supreme treasures coming from the space whirlpool had already reached 6-stage supreme treasures. If they passed through the space whirlpool and reached the other end, what level of supreme treasures would it be? Chapter 596. In the inner region of the Goldflow River, 100 million light-years deep. Another 10,000 light-years down. A huge spatial whirlpool had formed a new danger zone, emitting a terrifying aura. 100 light-years away from the spatial whirlpool, the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather race stood side by side, looking at Lord True Flame. The two sides were facing each other, and a battle was about to break out. The 6th sacred lord opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, Lord True Flame, you have intruded into the treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race. You deserve to die. The treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race? Deserve to die. Lord True Flame's face turned cold. My race's Dowlord discovered it first. Of course, it belongs to the Heavenly Feather race, the 9th sacred lord said loudly. Haha, what a joke. Why don't you just announce that the entire Chaos Sea belongs to the Heavenly Feather race? Only then can you show off your dominance and power. Lord True Flame laughed angrily. Heavenly Venerables were extremely proud. Even if the Heavenly Feather race was extremely powerful, he couldn't tolerate it. Page, whatever you say is useless. The 6th sacred lord snorted coldly. Then, an incomparably realistic space-time domain descended. Numerous massive stars filled the sky, blotting out the sky and turning into streaks of light. The 9th sacred lord also used his spatial domain. Then, many giant swords attacked Lord True Flame. This area was already affected by the spatial whirlpool, so it was difficult to increase one's speed to the maximum. With the spatial domain of the two sacred lords, Lord True Flame couldn't escape at all. He could only fight. Roar. Lord True Flame, who was 100,000 kilometers tall, roared angrily. The spatial domain that was like a world of flames descended. Volcanoes spewing lava formed and clashed with the attacks of the 6th and 9th sacred lords. Boom. 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 Space-time exploded, and a terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light-years. A vacuum appeared in the golden waters of the Goldflow River. As a heavenly venerate, Lord True Flame naturally wouldn't be subdued so easily. Even though he was being suppressed, he still fought fiercely. How terrifying. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense felt like he was there himself. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this battle. Just the shockwaves alone was enough to annihilate a desolate-level Dowlord. At the same time, Jiang Xi also felt the power and tyranny of the Heavenly Feather race. I'm afraid they want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only do they want to use the humans of the fourth universe to establish their might, but they also want to defeat or kill more Empyreans to intimidate the other forces in the Chaos Sea. In another part of the inner area of the Golden Flow River, Ming Tianzuan was holding the armillary heaven staff as he broke through the void and advanced rapidly. What a powerful fluctuation! He was a little surprised. He had long sensed the aura emitted by the spatial vortex. However, he did not expect that a battle would break out so suddenly. It's Empyrean powerhouses fighting. It's just that I wonder who it is. Ming Tianzuan didn't rush over immediately. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, he didn't want to be so reckless. Then, he flew in the Golden River at a speed 100 times the speed of light, approaching the enormous space vortex. As for the battle over there, it was becoming more and more intense. Being able to become an Empyrean powerhouse, there was naturally not one who was simple. Although Demon Master Zhenyang was at a disadvantage, he was still able to resist the combined attacks of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters with his huge body. Who is spying on us? Come out! The 6th Saint Master suddenly shouted, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Have I been discovered? River Word was startled. Through the monitoring screen of the mysterious space, his spiritual sense was able to clearly observe the situation of their battle as if he was there himself. However, he quickly realized that he hadn't been exposed. There was a new powerhouse on the way. The surveillance images in the lake were extremely powerful, and they were able to monitor the area around the spatial vortex for tens of thousands of light years. In the images, a white figure could be seen holding a long staff with a dragon engraved on it as he moved stealthily. After the 6th Saint Master shouted boom, a huge staff shadow broke through the heavens and earth, shattering the stars that the 6th Saint Master had formed. At the same time, a casual voice rang out. The 6th Saint Master lives up to his name. I've long heard that the 9 Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan are all very powerful. In terms of strength, the 1st Saint Master is ranked first, while you, the 6th Saint Master, are ranked second. I didn't think that you would be able to discover me even after I hid my track. Ming Zun, how dare you come here to die? The 9th Saint Master was filled with murderous intent. Good that he's here. It saves us the trouble of finding him. The 6th Saint Master laughed coldly. Compared to them, the true Flame Demon Master, who was in a sorry state, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Ming Zun, long time no see. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Masters had gathered. The battle seemed to have become even more intense and unpredictable. Ming Zun. Jiang Ci, who was monitoring everything in the mysterious space, looked worried. He had already seen the combined strength of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan. They could completely suppress the true Flame Demon Master. If the true Flame Demon Master wasn't a special life form and didn't have a strong body, he would have been in danger of dying. This is troublesome. Why is Ming Zun here? He only has a level 6 primordial soul treasure. His offensive and defensive treasures are both level 5. Compared to the true Flame Demon Master, his defensive treasures are much weaker. Jiang Ci was very worried. Ming Zun was the pillar of the human race in the 4th universe. Now that Heavenly Master Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe, if anything happened to Ming Zun, it would be a huge problem. At that moment, the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan were very happy. Although they had completely suppressed the true Flame Demon Master, it was still difficult for them to kill him. The newcomer, Ming Zun, was different. He would be easier to deal with because he only had a level 6 primordial soul treasure. He was weak in other aspects. If the Heavenly Feather Clan wanted to establish their dominance, what could be better than killing a Heavenly Master? Ming Zun. How dare the human race in the 4th universe offend your superiors and go against the Heavenly Feather Clan? You caused the death of 3 of our Eon Realm Downlords. Your clan will be wiped out, the 6th Saint Master said directly. The white-robed middle-aged man, Ming Zun, looked even colder. Wipe out my clan? If you die, the human race in the 4th universe will have no one to rely on and will naturally be wiped out, the 9th Saint Master said softly. You should feel honored that we'll wipe out your clan so that we can intimidate the other powers. In the mysterious monitoring space, Jiang Ci heard these words clearly and sneered how domineering. Only the Heavenly Feather Clan was allowed to kill him, but he was not allowed to kill them. Then, the battle erupted again. Although the 6th and 9th Saint Masters had turned their attacks to Ming Zun, they did not give up on suppressing the true Flame Demon Master. Heavenly Feather Clan, you are too arrogant. The true Flame Demon Master was furious. Ming Zun, let's work together and kill these 2 bastards. Ming Zun did not say a word, but his aura suddenly changed. He changed from a gentle image to a crazy war god. His eyes shone with a shocking light as his violent aura shot into the sky. Kill. The level 6 primordial chaos staff seemed to have come alive. It turned into a divine dragon that soared into the sky and swept across the land. Rumble. The 2 Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan moved as well. Within the space-time domains of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters, The large planets and giant swords that were rotating at high speed suddenly froze in the air. Suddenly, a special wave of energy was descending. A blurry light covered the space-time domains of the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan. Bam! 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 The sixth Saint Master's stars shattered and emitted rays of five-colored light. At the same time, the ninth Saint Master's giant swords quickly merged together. Descend! The two heavenly masters shouted at the same time. Amidst this huge commotion, the five-colored brilliance circulated, and in an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman. The woman's face was blurry. She was millions of kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of five-colored wings behind her back. She held a giant sword in her hands and looked extremely holy. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire land. It was as if she was some kind of supreme existence. Boom! 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 Be it the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan, Ming Zun, or the true Flame Demon Master, their space-time domains instantly collapsed the moment the woman appeared. Even Jiang Ci, who was in the mysterious monitoring space, could feel the pressure that the woman was emitting because his spiritual consciousness was present. It was an indescribable pressure that surpassed that of a heavenly master. It surpassed the current level of life. Descend! Jiang Ci's expression was solemn. He was worried about Ming Zun. The two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan suddenly used the descend of the descend. Its power was beyond imagination. If they had used it earlier, the true Flame Demon Master wouldn't have lasted until now. That was indeed the case. The true Flame Demon Master had escaped immediately. He didn't have any fighting spirit left. Roar! The true Flame Demon Master's 100,000-kilometer-tall body desperately tried to escape under the terrifying pressure of the woman. However, the pressure was too strong. Even if the four Heavenly Masters' space-time domains collapsed, he couldn't increase his flying speed, let alone teleport. Be careful, Ming Zun. This is probably the ancient inheritance that the Heavenly Feather Clan obtained, the true Flame Demon Master said anxiously. Ming Zun held the armillary sky staff and stood in the golden river water. He didn't say a word. He didn't try to escape like the true Flame Demon Master. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. At this moment, the two heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan were inside the woman's body. The sixth sacred master said softly, "The last time the Heavenly Feather Clan used the descend of the Heavenly Feather Clan, it was when the 9 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan worked together to kill the strongest person in the third universe. Heavenly Master Yuan Ming Zun, you should feel honored to be able to see the descend of the Heavenly Feather Clan before you die. Descend and kill all enemies," the ninth sacred master said. The woman in the light suddenly started singing softly. It was as if the heavenly music had descended upon this world. This magical music entered deep into one's primordial spirit and was intoxicating. Its power was so strong that even a heavenly master would find it hard to resist. The true Flame Demon Master stopped and stared blankly at the sacred woman in the light. Ming Zun also stared at the sacred being and didn't say a word. Jiang Ci, who was in the mysterious space, became anxious when he saw this scene. He was worried about Ming Zun. Although he could hear the music, he wasn't affected by its magical power. This was because his primordial spirit wasn't there. At this moment, the sixth sacred master chuckled and said, "Descend, please kill the enemy who dares to challenge the dignity of our clan." Previously, the 9 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Clan had used descend of the Heavenly Feather Clan and easily killed the strongest person in the third universe, Heavenly Master Yu, and although it was only the two of them using it this time, their opponents were obviously weaker than Heavenly Master Yuan. This was enough. Buzz! 2 shocking beams of light suddenly condensed on the woman's blurry face. They pierced through the sky and shattered the void. One beam shot toward the true Flame Demon Master and the other toward Ming Zun. Roar! The true Flame Demon Master, who was affected by the music, woke up at the critical moment. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out blazing lava that collided with the beams of light. Boom! Ah! The true Flame Demon Master howled in pain. The beams of light easily destroyed the lava that he had condensed and hit his body. Instantly, Half of his 100,000-kilometer-tall body exploded. On the other side, Ming Zun raised his armillary staff and smashed it out. Bam! The beams of light hit the armillary staff. Ming Zun was only sent flying by this terrifying power. The sixth sacred master, who had been smiling confidently, was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "You actually managed to block the attack of a descend. You are quite capable. However, you can only be lucky once. The next attack, you." Haha. Ming Tianzuan interrupted him and laughed out loud. His clear eyes were filled with raging flames and his desire to battle was overflowing. "I thought that your so-called descend of a descend of a descend was the real descend of a descend. It turns out that it is just a projection of a descend of a descend. Since that is the case, you can all die." Ming Zun's arrogant voice reverberated throughout the area. At the same time, the huge space whirlpool and the continuous waves of battle attracted another 3 heavenly venerables. They did not go near the battle area. Instead, they watched from afar. Originally, these 3 heavenly venerables were already shocked by the descend of a descend of a descend of a descend of a heavenly feather tribe. However, when they heard Ming Zun's arrogant voice, they were even more shocked. Ming Zun is actually disregarding the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ming Zun was more powerful than he had imagined. At the very least, his life should not be in danger this time. On the other hand, the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master of the heavenly feather race were enraged by Ming Zun's words. Arrogant, the 6th sacred master shouted angrily. The 9 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race have dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eras. There are very few who dare to be so arrogant in front of us. You are just a small human heavenly venerate from the 4th universe. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The 9th sacred master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill him. The 6th sacred master waved his hand and pointed at Ming Zun. The heavenly feather race sovereign light figure, who was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, stepped on the void and waved a giant sword that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. He slashed it at Ming Zun. Crash! The void exploded. Terrifying waves of energy swept across the area. This attack was extremely terrifying. The true flame demon lord was in despair. Although he was not the target of this attack, just the aftershocks were enough to annihilate him. This was because the light beam just now had already taken away half of his life. Roar! The true flame demon lord roared in despair. At this moment, Ming Zun, who was like a god of war, laughed maniacally. His body expanded by 100,000 times. Fifth move. Ming Zun shouted. Boom! 5 heavenly venerables appeared in the surrounding void. They were all holding dark heaven staffs. They swept across the heavens and earth. These 5 heavenly venerables were in 5 different directions. It was as if they had turned this area into Ming Zun's world. Ming Zun's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, the heavenly feather race sovereign light figure's terrifying aura covered this area. Cracking sounds could be heard as it collapsed. Kill. Ming Zun's eyes shone brightly as he waved his dark heaven staff. Whoosh! Instantly, the 5 similarly towering phantoms fused with him. The dark heaven staff turned into a giant staff shadow and smashed out. At this moment, the giant sword that the woman in the light figure had waved also landed. Boom! The void shattered, and the boundless chaotic grey fog gushed out from the crack in the abyss, mixing with the water of the Golden River and setting off huge waves. A terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light-years like a tidal wave. This terrifying aura was so powerful that even a universe realm Dao Lord would die. However, in this collision, Ming Zun's body, which had expanded by 100,000 times, only took 1 step back. As for the woman in the light figure with 12 pairs of 5-colored wings, she took 3 steps back. Unlike the earth-shattering battle just now, at this moment, with the huge space vortex as the center, the heaven and earth within 100 light-years radius suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The other 3 heavenly venerables who were watching from afar were completely stunned. Demon Lord True Flame, who had fallen into despair, was also stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. As for the sixth and ninth sacred lords, their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The heavenly feather race sovereign light figure they had summoned couldn't defeat a mere human heavenly venerate. The supreme treasure in your hand is a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. This is impossible. The ninth sacred lord was shocked and furious. When did this happen? A few days ago, the heavenly feather race had issued a bounty on the humans of the fourth universe. For this, they had specially gathered the latest information and found out that Ming Zun didn't have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. But now, he had one. I just got it not long ago. You are very lucky to be my first opponent after I obtained the armillary staff. Ming Zun stood in the void. His white robes fluttered in the wind, but his aura was like that of a god of war. He was even more domineering than the heavenly feather race. Your sovereign's descent is nothing compared to my armillary staff. If this is all you have, then I have overestimated your heavenly feather race. The 6th sacred lord said in a low voice, the heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race came from an ancient inheritance in the Chaos Sea. Although only the 9th sacred lord and I are using it together, its power is definitely greater than that of most heavenly venerables. I'm afraid that your advantage isn't just because you have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. Your mastery of the secret technique is also beyond my imagination. It seems like this is your true strength. Your two clones are far inferior to your true body. You are qualified to make the 9th sacred lord and I go all out. Haha. Ming Zun's laughter shook the void. Go all out. Then let me see how strong you are. 9th sacred lord, attack. The 6th sacred lord shouted. All right. Let's show Ming Zun the power of the heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race. The 9th sacred lord was filled with anger. At that moment, many heavenly venerables from various factions were secretly watching the battle from afar. This was a battle to establish the heavenly feather race's prestige. If they couldn't defeat Ming Zun even after joining forces, it would be a huge joke. The entire heavenly feather race would become the laughingstock of many factions in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 streaks of flowing light flew out from the 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord and merged into the sovereign's light figure. Ka. The female sovereign's light figure quickly changed. Her body had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings and was covered by silver armor. There was also a crown on her head. The light figure in her hand was originally a huge sword, but it was now a real sacred sword. 3 6th grade treasures. Jiang Ci, who was in the mysterious space, was shocked. The armor, crown, and sacred sword were the 6th sacred lord's defensive supreme treasure, the primordial spirit supreme treasure, and the 9th sacred lord's offensive supreme treasure. This way, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure's strength increased tremendously. The 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race are really going all out. Jiang Ci was a little worried. Could Ming Zun still withstand their attacks? Indeed, the 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord's expressions were extremely serious. This is the strongest state that we can reach when we join forces to unleash the sovereign's descent. I don't believe that you can still suppress us, the 6th sacred lord said coldly. At the same time, the fully armed female light figure waved her sacred sword and slashed down once again. In the distant space, Ming Zun was expressionless as he looked at the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure, whose aura was even more terrifying. 6th move. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. There were originally 5 heavenly feather race's light figures, but now there was one more. This caused the world to become even more real. Then, the staff smashed the heavens as it swept towards the sacred sword that was coming down from above. Rumble. The staff and sacred sword collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse after this attack. Ming Zun immediately retreated. The sovereign's light figure obviously had the upper hand. The 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was not the end. Powerful. Look at my 7th move. Ming Zun, who had retreated, immediately raised his staff again. What? There's still a 7th move. This is impossible. The 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord were shocked. Whoosh. The silhouettes of the 7 venerables of heaven and earth appeared in 7 different locations with their enormous staff shadows. Then, they combined together in an extremely mysterious way. The space-time instantly turned into boundless darkness. There was no light at all. Rumble. After a loud explosion, the darkness dissipated and light reappeared. At this moment, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure was sent flying. It broke through the turbulent waters of the Golden River and crashed into a huge stone pillar. However, Ming Zun had no intention of stopping. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Your sovereign's descent has some tricks up its sleeves. I have used all 7 moves, but I still can't break through this sovereign's light figure. My 8th move has just been created, and it's not perfected yet. Let's try it on her." 8th move. Ming Zun's voice seemed to resound in the sky. The heavenly feather race swept across heaven and earth once again. 7 complete heavenly feather race's light figures and 1 blurry light figure appeared. In an instant, the space-time once again turned into boundless darkness. However, following this, a shining light figure appeared in the darkness. The strange thing was that this light figure didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. Many heavenly venerables who were attracted by the commotion were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying attack before. How is this possible? Is this the power of a heavenly venerate? True Flame Demon Lord was shocked. Rumble. The shadow of the stick that appeared from the darkness swept across the place and eventually descended upon the space-time. The darkness dissipated once again, and light reappeared. However, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure instantly collapsed. It turned into rays of 5-colored light and disappeared. The 3 rank 6 ultimate treasures also scattered. Impossible. He actually destroyed the sovereign's light figure. The 9th Sacred Lord was completely shocked. He touched it. The 6th Sacred Lord's heart trembled as he panicked. He was the 2nd most powerful person in the heavenly feather race. In the past, he had even fought with Heavenly Master Zi Xiao, who was known as the Invincible Heavenly Venerate. However, at that time, he had been defeated by Heavenly Master Zi Xiao and had been forced to flee. He had been unable to fight back at all. Later on, when he heard that Heavenly Master Zi Xiao had been suppressed by Universe 4, he even clapped his hands and cheered. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had experienced that feeling again. In the mysterious space, Jiang Ci was monitoring everything through the images in the lake. He was also shocked and excited at the same time. This is Ming Zun's power. I have never seen Ming Zun in action before. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Haha, this is the fortune of the human race. Chapter 597. In the inner region of Goldflow River, undercurrents were surging. From the appearance of the huge space whirlpool to the battle between the 4 heavenly venerables, the earth-shattering aura had never subsided. At that moment, there were more than 10 heavenly venerables watching from afar. However, none of them dared to get close. These heavenly venerables were all stunned. It was too terrifying. The 10 heavenly venerables did not expect that Ming Tianzuan, who was not well known in Chaos Sea, would have such terrifying strength. The heavenly feather race's sovereign descent technique summoned the sovereign light shadow, which definitely had the combat power of a top-notch heavenly venerate. However, it was still defeated by Ming Tianzuan. My original body has always lacked a suitable 6th rank offensive treasure. Ming Tianzuan's voice sounded. He held the armillary sky staff and stood in the surging Golden River water. There was no joy on his face as he said in a low voice, "It is precisely because I do not have a powerful offensive treasure that I have always kept a low profile. I am afraid that I will be too powerful and bring disaster to my race. I am indebted to Heavenly Venerate Zi Xiao. He is like my father and brother. Before he was suppressed by the 4th universe, he asked me to lead my race well. 6th Sacred Master, 9th Sacred Master, do you know what angers me the most?" In the next moment, Ming Tianzuan's eyes shone brightly as he roared, "I am most angry that you dare to put a bounty on my race's elite. How dare you say that you want to exterminate my race? So what if you are from the heavenly feather race? So what if you are the 3rd force in Chaos Sea? How dare you be so arrogant when Heavenly Venerate Zi Xiao is here? Today, I will let you know the consequences of threatening to exterminate my race. Ming Tianzuan roared with a ferocious expression. His blood-red aura shot up into the sky like a rainbow. Then, he lifted the armillary sky staff and swept it out. The 8th move. Run. Run. The 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master were shocked and angry. However, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They did not dare to stay any longer and immediately teleported away. However, the speed of the staff was too fast. Boundless darkness instantly descended. It was as if a staff shadow had descended from an illusion into reality. It shone brightly as it merged with Ming Tianzuan's armillary sky staff whoosh. The staff silently smashed toward the 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master. The expressions of the two heavenly venerables from the heavenly feather race changed drastically as they unleashed their space-time domain at almost the same time. Several huge stars and giant swords appeared. Boom. Boom. However, this strike was too powerful. Wherever it passed, stars exploded and giant swords crumbled. It swept toward the two heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race with unstoppable momentum. Quick, stop him. The 9th Saint Master shouted in fear. His attack can even defeat the sovereign light shadow. How can I possibly block it? Let's escape first. The 6th Saint Master said angrily. You can't escape. Ming Zun was expressionless as he chased after them with his staff. His speed continued to soar. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. Moreover, this staff was surrounded by many staff shadows that wreaked havoc in this space-time, constantly smashing apart the stars and giant swords formed by the two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race. At this moment, space-time was in chaos, and they did not have any chance to teleport. Phew, a 6th grade flying ship appeared. The 6th Saint Lord and the 9th Saint Lord instantly entered the flying ship. They wanted to use the flying ship's speed to escape. Quick! The 9th Saint Lord shouted anxiously. Quick! 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 The 6th Saint Lord's face was tense as he sped up. The flying ship's speed became faster and faster. However, Ming Zun's speed was not slow as he used the armillary sky staff to open a path. 100,000 times the speed of light instantly caught up with the flying ship. Do you think you can escape? Ming Zun clenched his right hand and grabbed at the flying ship. His palm suddenly became 1,000,000 kilometers large. Staff shadows whizzed out from his fist and covered the space around the flying ship. Then, boundless darkness descended. Not good. We have no chance of resisting within the flying ship. 6th brother, don't worry about me. You go. I will stay here and delay him. The two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race were in despair. The 9th Saint Lord wanted to fight with his life to win a chance for the 6th Saint Lord, but he was stopped by the 6th Saint Lord. Boom. The flying ship disappeared, and the two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race reappeared. The 6th Saint Lord was wearing silver armor, and his 6 pairs of white wings were gently flapping. He originally looked very holy. However, at this moment, this heavenly venerate elite that shook the entire Chaos Sea was filled with anger. Ming Zun, we have already escaped, but you are still chasing after us. If it was just the 9th Saint Lord, he would be in danger of dying in front of you. However, are you sure you can stop me? Are you sure you want to fight to the death with my heavenly feather race? His words sounded like a threat, but in reality, he was begging for mercy. Hand over a set of 6th grade treasures, and the enmity between your heavenly feather race and my 4th universe's human race will be considered settled. Otherwise, I don't mind having a few more opponents to train my staff techniques with. Ming Zun's tone was extremely domineering. The 6th Saint Lord's expression was very ugly. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Then, he raised his head and said, "All right, my heavenly feather race respects the strong. These are 4 6th grade treasures. 1 for attack, 1 for flight, 1 for primordial spirit, and 1 for armor. I hope you can keep your promise." Whoosh, he waved his hand and 4 streaks of light shot out. Ming Zun stretched out his hand and grabbed them. After taking a look, he kept them and dispersed the boundless darkness. Whoosh. The 6th Saint Lord brought the 9th Saint Lord and teleported away without stopping for a moment. This scene shocked the dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching from afar. Demon Lord Zhenyang, who was not far away, and Jiang Ci, who was in the mysterious space. The heavenly feather race was the third most powerful force in the Chaos Sea and the strongest race in the first universe. They had always been domineering in their actions. However, Ming Zun, who was not well known in the Chaos Sea, had actually forced 2 heavenly venerables from the heavenly feather race to bow their heads and hand over a set of 6th-grade treasures to save their life. Moreover, the 6th Saint Lord was not an ordinary heavenly venerate. He was the 2nd heavenly venerate of the heavenly feather race. Congratulations, Ming Zun. The human race of the 4th universe is really powerful. Countless years ago, there was heavenly venerate Purple Firmament who was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Now, you, Ming Zun, have defeated 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race. I admire you. Demon Lord Zhenyang said. Demon Lord Zhenyang and all the friends who are watching the battle. Venerable Ming glanced at Lord True Flame, then looked around. I would like to ask everyone to help, spread the news of this battle. Haha, let all the forces in the Chaos Sea laugh at the heavenly feather race. I like it. Demon Lord Zhenyang laughed. Don't worry, Ming Zun. We will do as you say. Don't worry. Soon, the entire Chaos Sea will know about this. The dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching the battle also laughed through their spiritual senses. Ming Zun nodded slightly. Then, he broke through the endless golden water of the Goldflow River with the armillary sky staff and disappeared. Demon Lord Zhenyang and the other heavenly venerables also left with mixed feelings. As for the huge space vortex, as the source and battlefield of this battle, it was also known by all the forces in the Chaos Sea. However, at this stage, no heavenly venerables dared to step into it. This was because everyone had noticed its uniqueness and danger during the battle just now. This was a dangerous place that could threaten the lives of heavenly venerables. In the distant mysterious space, Jiangxi's spiritual sense saw everything through the surveillance footage in the lake. It was as if he was there himself. He was still a little excited and shocked, and it was difficult for him to calm down in a short time. After this battle, none of the major forces in the Chaos Sea will dare to use the humans of the 4th universe to establish their dominance, right? Although the 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race had not died, they had to use a set of 6-stage supreme treasures to survive. This was enough to explain everything. Ming Zun used this battle to tell the Chaos Sea that the humans of the 4th universe were not to be bullied. Jiang Ci also understood Ming Zun's final intention. With Ming Zun's strength, he could have at least killed the 9th Sacred Lord if he had been ruthless. However, this would have led to a situation where only one side would be able to kill the heavenly feather race. No matter how strong Ming Zun was, there was only one of him. The heavenly feather race was different. Even if one of the 9 heavenly venerables died, there were still 8. Moreover, the heavenly feather race had the 1st Sacred Lord, who was even stronger. He could survive in front of the invincible heavenly venerate Purple Firmament. He was probably not weaker than Ming Zun. In addition, at the level of Dao Lords, the heavenly feather race still had hundreds of Dao Lords. As for the human race, including Jiang Ci, there were only 23 Dao Lords. If the human race and the heavenly feather race really went against each other, the human race would be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, Ming Zun had profited greatly by taking a set of 6-stage supreme treasures. At the same time, he could settle this grudge and prevent the 2 races from going to war. Once the war started, it was conceivable that the human race's experts would hide in the 4th universe for safety. They would not dare to step into the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea was the battlefield of Dao Lords and heavenly venerables. If they could not explore and train here, the human race would not have the chance to give birth to a new heavenly venerate. A temporary compromise in exchange for more opportunities for the race to develop. Jiang Ci's gaze was deep. At this moment, he understood the meaning of being the leader of the race even more. Under the situation where heavenly venerate Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed, Ming Zun would be the only sky of the human race. He would protect the entire race and lead the race to become stronger. I want to become stronger too. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. His spiritual consciousness left the lake's surveillance image. His gaze turned to the island in the middle of the lake. Then, he flew over. He could see that there were many ancient palaces on the island. Obviously, a long time ago, this was once the residence of an ultimate expert or a powerful race. Just from the surveillance images in the lake, he could tell. Those images could almost monitor all the dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. At the same time, through the large number of space whirlpools above, he could also reach those places. This kind of heaven-defying method was unheard of. Even the two Holy Land universes could not do it. Otherwise, the Chaos Sea would have long become the Holy Land's private land. What kind of powerful civilization left behind the traces? Is it the previous Calamity era? Or an even more ancient existence? Jiang Xi thought as he flew. Soon, he was above the island. Vaguely, there was an ancient and heavy aura coming from it. There shouldn't be any danger. Jiang Xi was a little hesitant. He did not go down immediately. He had already used his spiritual consciousness to check and could confirm that there was no aura of life below. And if there was really danger, the danger would have erupted when he entered this space. It would not have waited until now. However, to be cautious, Jiang Xi still did a test. He took out a true treasure that he did not need and threw it down. Dang! The true treasure hit the roof of a palace, making a crisp sound. There is no danger. Jiang Xi landed on the island with ease. An island with a diameter of only 1 million kilometers is not considered big. To him, he could cross the entire island with a light step. Of course, this was an exploration, so he did not need to be so fast. Next, Jiang Xi walked slowly on the island. Soon, his gaze was attracted by the connected palaces. He could see that these ancient palaces were connected to the island. They were all carved out of the mountain rocks on the island, forming many ancient stone palaces. On the outer walls of the palaces, there were relief patterns that clearly recorded the history of the existence of that powerful civilization. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. Abyss cracks that could not be healed were torn open in the void. Endless chaotic grey fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying the densely packed ancient warships and leaving a long golden river in the void. There was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain filled the sky. There was also a peerless figure who created a brilliant path that penetrated everything. He swept away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossed over to an unknown world. These relief patterns were not dead objects. They carried a kind of tragic and stirring feeling of blood and tears. Just a glance at them would cause one to fall into a tragic situation and feel grief. Even with Jiang Xi's current strength, he could not resist the will of the relief patterns. It's too scary. What a scary civilization. It took him a long time to break free from that tragic and stirring situation then. With shock, he fell into deep thought. The long golden river that was left behind by the long whip is obviously the flowing gold river. I don't know when that battle took place. However, the traces of the battle have remained to this day and become a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. What about that mountain? Could it be the treasure that attracted the sixfold mountain? And that heaven's path? Is it the legendary Eternal Road? Or is it the road on Earth? In addition, where did the enemies of this scary civilization come from? Jiang Xi had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he could not find the answers. At this moment, he also thought of a lot of other things. For example, where did these treasures in the Chaos Sea come from? Who refined them? Jiang Xi had never heard of any expert who could refine supreme treasures since he had roamed the Chaos Sea. Senior Qing Shi once said that the ancient immortal world of the fourth universe was a garbage station. But does the fourth universe have that many treasures? Obviously, the ancient immortal world is not a garbage station of the fourth universe, but a garbage station of another world. There are many low-grade treasures in the ancient immortal world, and there are many high-level treasures in the Chaos Sea. They seem to be of the same origin. If that's the case, The treasures in the ancient immortal world might have come from the Chaos Sea. And the source of these treasures is probably related to the scary beings in the relief carvings. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I thought I was very strong, but after seeing this, I'm still too weak. I don't even have the right to be with them. Maybe when I have the battle power of a celestial master, I'll be able to know these hidden secrets. Jiang Xi sighed. Actually, even if he knew now, he would only be asking for trouble. In short, he was too weak. Jiang Xi guessed that the two Holy Land universes and the Heavenly Feather race should know something. Just now, he had watched the battle through the surveillance video of the lake. He had noticed that when Tomorrow Venerable used the armillary sky staff to perform the 8th move, the 6th Sacred Master had said something he had touched. Touched what? Eternal Road. Jiang Xi pondered for a long time before looking away from the relief carvings. Then, he walked toward a palace. He walked along the long corridor and stepped into the palace. After looking around the palace, he realized that there was nothing special about this ancient stone palace. The only thing worth noticing was that there were ancient carvings everywhere in the palace. In the carvings, there were strange life forms that looked like humans cheering. It was as if they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. There were races killing each other, and there were also great beings fighting in the sky. Countless carvings were telling the story of an ancient civilization. However, these carvings gave Jiang Xi the feeling that although they were similar to the relief carvings outside the palace, they were more like imitations. The ancient civilization shown by the carvings was imitating the scary beings in the relief carvings. The battle in the relief carvings is obviously even more ancient. And the civilization living in this mysterious space might have seen that battle and recorded those scenes. Or maybe the great beings who left these carvings were the ones who experienced that battle. Jiang Xi looked at the carvings and pondered. Next, he explored the palaces on this island and found that there were similar carvings in every palace. There was no useful information. Finally, Jiang Xi finally walked to the center of the island. It was like a square surrounded by many palaces. In the middle of the square, there was only a huge stone wall with some messy symbols carved on it. Those symbols were very ancient, like words. Although Jiang Xi had never seen them before, he could clearly understand the meaning. This was a message transmission at the primordial spirit level. I've broken through, but so what? Even the eternal supremes will die. Dead. They're all dead. After paying such a huge price, none of them survived. Cage. This is just a cage. Heaven piercing. Heaven piercing. Only she stepped out. Why? Jiang Xi stood in front of the stone wall and stared blankly. The symbols on the stone wall contained madness, anger, sorrow, unwillingness, and regret. These strong emotions caused Jiang Xi to fall into them, and his primordial spirit suffered a strong impact vaguely. It was as if there was a powerful existence roaring and roaring at him. They're all dead, all dead. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Boom. His sea of consciousness rumbled, and Jiang Xi suddenly woke up. Huff. Terrifying. Just the emotions contained in the words can affect my mind. An expert who died in an unknown era, just the words left behind are so powerful. Then how strong is his own strength? Jiang Xi was shocked and pondered the meaning of those words. The two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather clan used the Supreme Descent and summoned the Supreme Light Shadow. The words on the stone wall also mentioned the Eternal Supremes. Could this be the realm after the Heavenly Venerables? The cage refers to this mysterious space? Or the entire Chaos Sea? Or something else? Jiang Xi seemed to have discovered a huge secret, and his heart was beating rapidly. He shook his head and eliminated the first possibility. The cage could not be this mysterious space, because those spatial whirlpools were the passageways out. If it's referring to the Chaos Sea, then it's terrifying. Jiang Xi felt suffocated. He thought of the calamity. Every countless eras, the Chaos Sea would experience a calamity that could destroy everything. Why would there be a calamity in the Chaos Sea? Was there a terrifying existence that was controlling everything? The expert who left behind these words was terrifying, but his ending was so tragic. Did he die in the calamity? The last sentence mentioned the heaven-piercing realm, and also mentioned that she stepped out. That she, is it referring to the peerless figure in the relief? Jiang Xi fell into deep thought in front of the stone wall, trying to deduce all of this. In fact, when he saw the carvings just now, he realized that the heavenly path that the woman had created was somewhat similar to the one on Earth. However, it didn't make sense. Because among the 4 original universes, the 4th universe was the youngest. Even the strongest race in the first universe, the heavenly feather race, was far from the terrifying existence in the relief, so the 4th universe was far behind. Therefore, inferring from this point, the path to heaven couldn't be the one on Earth. The road on Earth is paved with eerie white bones, but the heavenly road on the relief pattern is resplendent. Jiang Xi shook his head. There might be many secrets hidden in it. I'll ask Senior Qingsha some other day. He was the one who showed me the path on Earth. Jiang Xi moved forward again and entered the depths of the island, carefully observing everything around him. This island is too quiet, like a paradise, but there are no plants or treasures, only a palace and a large number of carvings. Finally, Jiang Xi came to the palace in the deepest part of the island, which was also the largest one. As soon as he walked into the palace, Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed and saw 2 items lying quietly on the ground. One was a black half-moon talisman with special symbols engraved on it. The other was a grey stone token, emitting waves of intoxicating aura. These 2 items. Jiang Xi was puzzled and surprised. He was puzzled because before entering the island, he had already used his spiritual consciousness to investigate this place. He was sure that he hadn't found these 2 items at that time. In other words, these 2 items didn't belong to the Tao Lord level. He was surprised because he recognized the black talisman. When he first entered the Chaos Sea, Tao Lord 9 Heavens gave him a lot of information, including information about this talisman. It's the token of the myriad world's ruins. Jiang Xi looked at the half-moon talisman with a burning gaze. Chapter 598. The 3 most dangerous places in Chaos Sea were Goldflow River, Mount Shenhuang, and Wanjie Ruins. Among them, Wanjie Ruins was the most famous because it was said to be a corner of the ruins left behind by a calamity. There were many dangerous places and ancient ruins. The dangerous places there were enough to kill a heavenly master. It was no less dangerous than Goldflow River. The ancient ruins there might contain a large number of treasures and inheritances. Any one of them would drive many forces in Chaos Sea crazy. As for the token, it was a special item in Wanjie Ruins. If one could carry the token with him in Wanjie Ruins, he might not be able to avoid all the dangers, but he could at least go through many dangerous places. Moreover, each token corresponded to a special world in Wanjie Ruins, which was equivalent to a safe cultivation space. It's like a protective amulet. Jiang Xi was full of smiles. It was a pleasant surprise. It was something that even a heavenly master would want. In the long years in Chaos Sea, there had been many battles because of the token in Wanjie Ruins. Many heavenly masters had died because of it. It was just that Riverward knew that once, more than 10 Empyreans waged a great battle for a token, and in the end, half of them fell. With this item, I can explore more places in Wanjie Ruins. This meant that there would be more precious treasures, more legacies, and more opportunities. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Jiang Xi shook his head and looked at another item. It was a greystone token. When his spiritual consciousness touched the token, it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Buzz, the grey token trembled slightly and a colorful light appeared on its surface. Then, the light condensed into a figure. It looked like a human and was very similar to the living beings in the palace carvings. It wore a grey robe and had a simple face. During this process, Jiang Xi did not sense any danger. Therefore, he remained vigilant and did not leave. At this moment, the grey-robed figure spoke, "Successor, my name is Qing Shuang. When you see this image of me, it might be many eons later." The voice was low and it was speaking in an unknown language. However, the meaning was clearly conveyed to Jiang Xi through a special primordial spirit fluctuation. When one's strength reached a certain level, there was actually no need for words at all. One could communicate and understand each other through the fluctuations of their primordial spirits. How many eons later? Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He had basically remembered all the famous experts in the Chaos Sea. However, Qing Shuang did not exist. Clearly, Qing Shuang was not a powerhouse of this era. His appearance is similar to the life forms in the palace carvings. He should be a powerhouse of that race. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the word ancient isn't enough to describe his existence. Jiang Xi was shocked as he listened to Qing Shuang's voice carefully. My race had a glorious past. They once broke through the heavens and made the higher realms bleed. But because of this, they fell into a trough and declined to the point where their race was almost annihilated. The 7 Holy Land universes of the race were all destroyed. Qing Shuang's gaze was deep and filled with disappointment and reminiscence. These simple words set off a storm in Jiang Xi's heart. The race that Qing Shuang belonged to not only had a mysterious space that monitored the entire Chaos Sea, but it also had 7 Holy Land universes. Truly abnormally strong, terrifyingly strong. But what was the higher realms? Were they the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings? Jiang Xi really wanted to ask Qing Shuang, but this was only an image. Qing Shuang would not answer him, nor did he reveal any more information about the higher realms. He only talked to himself. I was the last celestial sovereign of my race. I finally reached the end of my path before the eons. However, the path of eternity did not descend as scheduled. The punishment of that battle came in the end. They took away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea. They will no longer bestow it. At this point, Qing Shuang smiled bitterly. There was anger, indignation, and humiliation. But my race cannot be annihilated. He suddenly roared, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'm going to make one last gamble. I'm going to the endless void and break through into eternity. If I succeed, the Chaos Sea will once again appear in the eternal sacred land. My race will then be able to continue on without fear of the eons. If I fail, Qing Shuang fell silent. However, Jiang Xi was deeply shocked. He could now confirm that the higher realms mentioned by Qing Shuang were the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings. Qing Shuang's race was the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings who fought against the higher realms. At the same time, Jiang Xi was also puzzled. According to Qing Shuang, after the failure of that battle, the higher realms should have taken away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea and no longer bestowed the path of eternity. Then, how did the 2 sacred land universes in the Chaos Sea come about? Phew, Jiang Xi shook his head. He did not know how much time had passed. Many secrets had been buried by time. It was very difficult to find the answer. Perhaps, one day in the future, when his strength was enough to stand at the top of the Chaos Sea, he would be able to find out everything. At this moment, the silent Qing Shuang spoke again. If I fail, then my race will be wiped out by the eons. However, as a race that once caused the upper realms to bleed, even if we are to be annihilated, we must leave behind an indelible mark. The ruins of myriad worlds has existed for even longer than my race. It's a place that even the upper realms are wary of. It can guarantee that the things I leave behind will not be destroyed even after thousands of tribulations. Therefore, this time, other than bringing along my treasures to break through eternity, I have other treasures. The other treasures below rank 7 and the inheritance of my tribe are hidden in the deep space of the myriad world ruins. Inside this token is the map of the Chaos Sea that my race has collected for countless years. You can use it to reach that space. Latecomer, you can consider those supreme treasures as your reward. I hope that in the future, you can let the inheritance of my race reappear in the world and illuminate the entire Chaos Sea. This is not my request, because I can't ask a powerhouse who has gone through so many tribulations. At the end, Qing Shuang smiled and looked at the sky. Everything is done. This time, we will break through the heavens. That resolute figure gave off an unstoppable feeling. It was deeply engraved in Jiang Xi's mind. Thank you for your gift, Senior. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Qing Shuang seemed to have sensed it. He turned around and smiled then, suddenly, the figure condensed from the token disappeared. After everything calmed down and quietened down. Bang bang bang, Jiang Xi's heart raced. This was a huge surprise. The black token and the stone token were still there. There was no life left in this mysterious space. Obviously, Qing Shuang had failed to break through eternity. That powerful race had been completely wiped out by the calamity. The things that Qing Shuang had left behind must still be in the ruins of Myriad World. The wealth of a heavenly master was already vast. What Qing Shuang had left behind was the inheritance and treasures of his race. One must know that this race was once extremely powerful. Those terrifying existences only needed one whip to leave a mark. It had become one of the 3 perilous lands, Golden River. Even though this race had declined to the extreme, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if a hair was plucked, it would still be stronger than the current 4th universe's human race. One could imagine that if he could take back the inheritance and treasures, not only would he benefit, but the entire human race would become stronger. I'm rich. Jiang Xi was extremely excited. He reached out and grabbed the black token and the stone token. He used his spiritual consciousness to check the token. Indeed, there was a huge amount of information stored inside. It almost included the map of the entire Chaos Sea. Compared to this, the map that Master gave me back then is really just a corner of this. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Just this map alone was invaluable. Thinking about it, it made sense. Qing Shuang's race could use the lake and spatial whirlpool in this mysterious space to monitor the entire Chaos Sea. It was not strange for them to be able to collect this map. In addition, Jiang Xi did not think of hiding this map. With this map, the experts of the human tribe will be able to explore more places in the Chaos Sea and obtain more opportunities. From when Venerable Ming suppressed the 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race in a rage to now seeing Qing Shuang's image. Riverward also understood the significance of being the leader of the tribe and the pillar of the tribe. He was not just Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi of the human race. Although he was still a rank 5 true lord, his actual combat strength had long surpassed that of an Eon Realm Dao Lord. He could definitely be called one of the pillars of the race. He had the responsibility and obligation to support the race. Moreover, the Chaos Sea was so big. If he only had the strength of one person, he might not be able to explore it all by the time the next calamity arrived. Only by sharing the map with the other experts of the race would its value be greater. At the same time, Jiang Xi already had a plan for the next step of his cultivation. Next, I'll cultivate in this mysterious space. When my Grotto Heaven world is finished expanding, I'll go out and explore. Once the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world was completed, his actual combat strength would rise to another level. Even if he did not use the Heaven Connecting Tower, he would still have Universe Realm combat strength. At that time, he would have a greater chance of finding the precious treasure component that was attracted to the 6th layer mountain range. Then, he would go to the Myriad World's ruins to find what Qing Shuang had left behind. In the boundless Chaos Sea, about 200 million light-years deep in the inner area of the Golden Flow River. Huge stone pillars that were as thick as light-years stood in the Golden River water. In the area between the stone pillars, there were countless water whirlpools that sometimes condensed and sometimes dissipated. The terrifying power emitted by the whirlpools was enough to kill a Universe Realm Dao Lord. Therefore, generally, only heavenly venerables dared to enter this area. At this moment, 2 figures stood in the Golden River water. Their auras were very strong, and they easily dispersed the whirlpools. Dao Lord 9 Clouds, today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The one who spoke was an expert in red armor. He had a single horn on his forehead and 2 pointed ears. Other than that, he was similar to a human. This expert in red armor held a crescent blade. When he activated a secret technique, the phantom of a red lotus appeared behind him. It did not seem to belong to this world. Phantom of a secret technique? Dao Lord 9 Clouds was dressed in golden armor. He looked from afar. Then he said softly, "You're a Dao Lord from the Red Lotus Sacred Land? I've never seen you before, and I don't have any information about you. This should be your first time leaving the Sacred Land universe. Are you sure you want to choose me as your trial partner? Don't you want to reconsider?" There were two sacred land universes in the Chaos Sea. The smaller one was called the Red Lotus Sacred Land. The expert in red armor in front of him was from the Red Lotus Sacred Land. As expected of Tao Lord Nine Clouds. You have sharp eyes. You're right. The trial battle is my first battle in the Chaos Sea. I'll choose you as my opponent, the expert in red armor said proudly. He said loudly, since it's a trial, I'll choose the strongest. I don't want to choose those weak Tao Lords. Then let's do it. Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. This was his true body. He was stronger than his slaughter doppelganger. He was a true half-step heavenly venerate. Alright, I'd like to see how powerful Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who is so famous in the Red Lotus Sacred Land, is. The expert in red armor's figure swayed and became illusory. At the same time, he slashed out with his blade. Whoosh. The next moment, the blade shadow was blurry, and the huge red lotus merged into it. The blade shadow's aura became even stronger. It crushed the void and slashed toward Tao Lord Nine Clouds. You're using an ultimate secret technique right from the start? Tao Lord Nine Clouds shook his head indifferently and slapped out. Whoosh, his palm grew rapidly. 7 colored rays of light condensed in his palm, forming a universe. The aura of various Tao techniques gradually rose. Half-step heavenly venerate secret technique, universe in the palm, boom. The huge palm that covered heaven and earth broke through the water of the Golden River and covered the blade shadow that had merged with the red lotus. Ka, the blade shadow shattered. The figure of the expert in red armor reformed. However, he was firmly imprisoned by the power of the universe in the palm. Bang! The huge palm sent him flying. He crashed into a huge stone pillar. The expert in red armor did not care. He flew back and praised, impressive. As expected of Tao Lord Nine Clouds. You've already figured out the secret technique to open up a universe. No wonder Prime said that you're the next most promising heavenly venerate in the Chaos Sea. I've lost. I admit defeat. Whoosh. After saying that, he did not say anything else and teleported away. The next most promising heavenly venerate. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stayed where he was and shook his head with a smile. The paragons of the two Holy Land universes have never appeared in the Chaos Sea. They're only famous and mysterious. The paragons of the Red Lotus Holy Land actually gave me such an evaluation. Then, they asked the Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Holy Land to challenge me for a trial battle. He had experienced this many times. He often encountered the Tao Lords of the two Holy Land universes who came to challenge him. 9 Clouds, 9 Clouds. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Clouds' avatar in the 4th universe received a message from Ming Zun. Haha, 9 Clouds, I just defeated 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race and resolved the danger of the bounty. At the same time, I obtained a set of 4 6th-tier true treasures from them. This is a joyous occasion for the human race. Quickly inform the other Tao Lords. Resolved the danger. 4 6th-tier true treasures. Tao Lord Nine Clouds' eyes widened in surprise. This was a great blessing for the entire human race. He did not have time to think too much and hurriedly informed the other Tao Lords. Soon, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shazun, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others all received the news. Apart from Jiang Ci, who already knew about this, the other Tao Lords of the human race were all shocked and excited. In the Chaos Sea, 7th-tier true treasures only existed in legends. No powerhouse had ever seen a 7th-tier true treasure. Therefore, 6th-tier true treasures were the treasures that determined the depth of each race's foundation. As a pinnacle race, if they did not have a powerful 6th-tier true treasure, their foundation would be a little weak. The human race of the 4th universe was the strongest pinnacle race in this universe. However, before Ming Zun obtained the armillary staff, the entire race only had 1 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure, which was also with Ming Zun. Essence Soul True Treasures could only protect one's life and did not increase one's strength by much. This situation only improved after Ming Zun obtained the armillary staff from the armillary immortal abode. However, compared to the many factions in the Chaos Sea, their foundation was still too weak. They only had 2 6th-tier true treasures. Now, They suddenly became rich. In the fourth universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the human Tao Lords gathered again for a Tao Lord meeting. Haha, in the past few hundred years, our human race has really had one happy event after another. To be honest, when I received the news just now, I still couldn't believe it. Only now do I dare to confirm it. That's right. Ming Zun first obtained the armillary staff, and now he obtained 4 6-tier true treasures from the heavenly feather race. From today onwards, our human race's position in the fourth universe is really unshakable. Ever since heavenly venerable purple firmament was suppressed, the demons and ghosts who didn't dare to fight with us have always wanted to suppress us. They should be obedient in the future. In front of the huge stone table, except for heavenly venerable purple firmament's seat which was empty, Ming Zun and the 23 Tao Lords were all present. This time, everyone's faces were filled with smiles as they chatted excitedly. After a while, Ming Zun smiled and knocked on the table. Everyone. The Tao Lords immediately quietened down and turned their gazes to Ming Zun. Jiang Xi also looked over. I called everyone here today to celebrate, and also to distribute these 4 6-tier true treasures, Ming Zun said with a smile. The Tao Lords were stunned. Some hesitated, some were tempted. Ming Zun, this is what you obtained from the battle. You should keep it for yourself. Tao Lord 9 Firmament frowned slightly. That's right, heavenly venerable. These true treasures will be more useful in your hands. The true treasures we have are enough. Heavenly venerable, you should keep them for yourself. The other Tao Lords also spoke. Ming Zun shook his head and smiled. I have a 6-tier offensive true treasure and an essence soul true treasure. It's enough. In terms of armor and defense, with my strength, there shouldn't be many in the Chaos Sea who can threaten me in close combat. There's even less of a need for a flying true treasure. If someone is stronger than me, even a 6-tier flying true treasure would be useless. The Tao Lords present all had rather complicated looks on their faces. At this moment, there was no internal competition. There was only unity. Jiang Xi also sighed. The importance of a 6-tier true treasure was self-evident. It could greatly increase the strength of a heavenly venerable. However, Ming Zun still took it out without any hesitation. I've already thought about it. Ming Zun spoke again. These 4 6-tier true treasures are for offensive, defensive, flying, and essence soul true treasures. The offensive true treasure will be given to 9 Firmament, the defensive true treasure will be given to Yang Qing, and the flying true treasure will be given to Shazun. As for the essence soul true treasure, I'll give it to Jiang Xi. Do you have any objections? The Tao Lords exchanged glances. There was nothing wrong with the distribution of the first 3 treasures. However, did Jiang Xi have the right to give the essence soul true treasure to him? However, no one raised any objections because the true treasures belonged to Ming Zun. He could give them to whoever he wanted. Tao Lord 9 Firmament glanced at Jiang Xi and shook his head. Ming Zun, I'll pass. In the Chaos Sea, only heavenly venerables can threaten me. It doesn't mean much to me whether or not I have a 6-tier offensive true treasure. You should give it to Pure Wind. Besides, it happens to be a sword-type offensive true treasure. Pure Wind is more suitable than me. Tao Lord Pure Wind was the leader of Swordgate and also a Universe Realm Tao Lord. His strength was ranked in the top 5 of the human race. Master. Jiang Xi wanted to speak. He understood Tao Lord 9 Firmament's intentions. His master's attainments in the Sword Tao were not low. With a sword-type 6-tier true treasure, his strength would definitely be stronger. Now that he took the initiative to give it away, it was completely out of consideration for him so that he could successfully obtain the 6-tier essence soul true treasure. Humans could not be completely selfless. Everyone had their own selfish motives and everyone wanted a 6-tier true treasure. However, if both master and disciple were to obtain a 6-tier true treasure, one could imagine that even if the other Tao Lords did not say anything, they would definitely have a knot in their hearts. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by Tao Lord 9 Firmament's gaze. Jiang Xi could only give up. Although he did not interact much with his master, he knew that Tao Lord 9 Firmament's intentions. However, He was well aware of some of Tao Lord Nine Firmament's small actions. When I obtain Senior Qing Shuang's inheritance in the future, I'll let Master choose if there are better true treasures in there. Jiang Ci thought to himself, however. At that moment, someone spoke up for Jiang Ci. Nine Firmament, that's not appropriate. We can all see your contributions to the human race. A 6th-tier offensive true treasure is more suitable for you. A skinny old man with a sword on his back spoke. It was Tao Lord Pure Wind. Pure Wind, there's no need to decline. A 6th-tier true treasure won't be of much help to me, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said with a smile. Tao Lord Pure Wind wanted to say something else. Ming Ming knocked on the table and smiled. Let's do as Nine Firmament says then. The 6th-tier sword true treasure will be given to Pure Wind. That way, the human race will have another invincible Tao Lord. No one said anything else about such an allocation. Neither did they question whether Jiang Ci was qualified to obtain a 6th-tier Essence Soul true treasure. As Jiang Ci's master, Tao Lord Nine Firmament had taken the initiative to give up a 6th-tier offensive true treasure. What else could they say? If they were to question him, they would be offending him. Everyone, there's a reason why I'm giving the 6th-tier Essence Soul true treasure to Jiang Ci. Ming 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 smiled again. All the Tao Lords looked over in confusion. Many of you might not be aware of Jiang Ci's strength. Ming 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 smiled. Actually, Jiang Ci's current combat strength can already be ranked in the top 5 of the human race. He shouldn't be much weaker than Pure Wind. The moment that was said, apart from Tao Lord Nine Firmament, everyone was shocked. Before long, someone thought of something. They had noticed it when the Heavenly Feather Race issued the bounty previously. That bounty token separately listed the reward for killing River Word. It was a rank 6 supreme treasure. That reward was enough to show how important Jiang Ci was to the Heavenly Feather Race. However, the Heavenly Feather Race did not announce the details of the battle between Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Jiao Fa. Therefore, everyone was only puzzled at that time but did not know the reason. They thought that Jiang Ci had offended the Heavenly Feather Race. At that moment, while everyone was shocked, Ming Ming seemed to know what they were thinking and continued, "You guys are right. Not long ago, Jiang Ci was surrounded by Tao Lord Jiao Fa, Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Shu of the Heavenly Feather Race. Then, he killed the 3 of them and attracted the bounty from the Heavenly Feather Race." Hiss. The Tao Lords all sucked in cold breaths of air, their faces filled with shock. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were not nameless and were quite famous in Chaos Sea. Not many of the human Tao Lords present were confident of killing the 3 of them in a single battle. I got lucky as well. The environment was special and they couldn't escape, Jiang Ci said humbly. The Tao Lords were still in disbelief. Even if the environment was special, the strength of Tao Lord Jiao Fa and the others was obvious. This time round, everyone had no objections. Jiang Ci was definitely qualified to obtain a 6th-tier Essence Spirit Cardinal treasure. Compared to them, even though Jiang Ci had been in seclusion for 80,000 years in a special space, his cultivation time did not even add up to 100,000 years. The future of a genius like him was immeasurable. Among them, the youngest had already lived for more than 100 million eras. Chapter 599. In the 4th universe, at the human Tao Lords meeting. When Venerable Ming Ming told them about Jiang Ci's strength and battle achievements, all the Tao Lords were convinced. In fact, Jiang Ci was convinced too. Venerable Ming Ming's selfless contribution strengthened his previous thoughts. He decided to contribute the map left behind by Qing Shuang. Venerable Ming Ming, and everyone. Jiang Ci suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. I have something too. I'll take this opportunity to offer it to the race. He smiled. Oh, what is it? The upper echelons of the human race, including Venerable Ming Ming, were curious. Not long ago, I obtained a map of the Chaos Sea by chance in Golden River, Jiang Ci continued. Map? How big is it? Is it about the 3 lands of peril? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked at the same time. The eyes of the other Tao Lords lit up as well. When exploring the Chaos Sea, besides strength, the most important thing was a map. Without a map, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Chaos Sea. This was because the map marked the safe path and the information of the various danger zones. They could use this to avoid a large number of dangers. Among them, the most important was the map of the three lands of peril. Not only were there dangers, but there were also a large number of treasures and inheritances. Having a map meant having the opportunity to explore these treasures and inheritances. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Xi smiled and said, "All of them." Everyone was stunned. The entire map of the Chaos Sea, including the three lands of peril and the various danger zones. In the starry sky where the Tao Lords were gathered, only Jiang Xi's loud voice was left. Everyone else fell silent. They were completely stunned, including Venerable Ming Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. These two words echoed in their minds. Who, finally, someone could not help but take deep breaths. Excited. But immediately after, everyone began to doubt the authenticity of Jiang Xi's words. It was impossible not to doubt it. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, no faction had ever collected the entire map of the Chaos Sea. Even the two Holy Land universes could not do it. Is what you said true? Are you sure? Honored Ming also found it hard to maintain his composure as his eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Xi, explain it in detail or make it appear. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments took a deep breath. Jiang Xi nodded and said solemnly, "This map contains too much information. It may take a long time for it to appear, and, don't worry, you can just manifest it. This sky-connecting mountain and river diagram is the safest place. You don't have to worry about it being stolen by other forces." Honored Ming said solemnly. After that, Jiang Xi began to display the map information in the stone token in this starry sky. All kinds of complicated paths, spatial whirlpools, coordinates, information about danger zones, and so on appeared one by one in the starry sky. This wasn't something that could be materialized in a year or two. The boundless primal Chaos Sea was just too huge. A map that included the entire primal Chaos Sea naturally required a huge amount of information to be recorded completely. Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Yang Qing, Tao Lord Shazun, Tao Lord Pure Wind, and the other Tao Lords were all looking at the map that Jiang Xi had materialized with excitement and seriousness. At the same time, at the end of the endless void in the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram, inside the spherical celestial body with the chaos fog churning inside, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's statue changed. His eyes flickered with five-colored brilliance as if he was recording everything. Jiang Xi. A faintly discernible voice seemed to ring out in this space. After a full 100 years, Jiang Xi finally managed to completely materialize the map information in the stone token. During this process, everyone's spiritual consciousness didn't leave. As a Tao Lord powerhouse, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness into the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram wouldn't affect the movement of the main body. In fact, even in these 100 years, everyone had been looking at the map that Jiang Xi had materialized. However, this was just a cursory glance. No one had the time to study the specific information in the map in detail. This was because this map was too huge. A map with a diameter of more than 100 light-years. One could clearly see that this was a miniature version of the Chaos Sea in the vast sea formed by the Chaos Fog. There were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies that were like islands in the sea. They were the 4 original universes. There were also small islands and reefs scattered all over the vast sea like reefs. These were the miniature universes of celestial venerables. 2 of the larger ones were Holy Land universes. The 3 lands of extremis on the map had also shrunk countless times. One could only use spiritual consciousness to detect them. For example, in this map with a diameter of more than 100 light-years, Goldflow River, which was 100 million light-years long, wasn't even as long as a strand of hair. To put it simply, Jiang Xi needed 100 years to materialize the map, and if one really wanted to study it in detail, 100 million eras wouldn't be enough. How terrifying. I'm in awe. What kind of powerful being could record the entire map of the Chaos Sea? Haha, this is the opportunity for the human race to rise. The human Tao Lords were all so excited that they went crazy. Some laughed and cried. This map is more valuable than 106-tier true treasures, Tomorrow Venerable said solemnly. Jiang Xi was slightly taken aback. So valuable. But seeing the crazy looks on the other Tao Lords' faces, he somewhat understood. The human race of the fourth universe had been sullen for too long. Back then, they had been glorious. When purple firmament wasn't suppressed, even if there were only a dozen Tao Lords in the fourth universe, they could still do whatever they wanted in the Chaos Sea. They didn't even have to hide when they saw other powerful beings because they had the support of invincible celestial venerables. Who would dare to offend them? But after purple firmament was suppressed, the former glory of the past was no longer there. They had to bear with it, keep a low profile, and become more cautious. Now, with this map, the human race would have a chance to obtain more treasures and inheritances in the Chaos Sea. It wouldn't be long before the entire human race became stronger. Tomorrow Venerable's clear eyes flashed with divine light. He looked at Jiang Xi and said, although the strength of a race requires the contributions of experts, this map has been given to you for free. But you offered this map for free, which is a great contribution to the race. In terms of value, it's at least a 7th-tier true treasure, which is 10,000 true treasure points, but you also know that our race's treasury is accumulated from everyone's contributions for countless eras. Although there are many treasures, they're not as valuable as this map. Therefore, the race doesn't have anything of equivalent value to repay you. Jiang Xi nodded gently. The human race's treasury was limited. It was accumulated from the contributions of more than 20 Tao Lords and Tomorrow Venerable. The contributions of the Tao Lords were considered small. It was mainly Tomorrow Venerable. The large number of treasures that Tomorrow Venerable had obtained in the Chaos Sea were all directly placed in the human race's treasury. He didn't take anything in return. It was completely free. It was as if he was the patriarch of the entire race, looking after the entire race. So this time, I can only give you 5,000 true treasure points, Tomorrow Venerable said with a deep gaze. Tomorrow Venerable, you're giving it all for free. Moreover, I've already taken a 6th-tier essence soul true treasure. Jiang Xi hurriedly said. I'm different from you. What you need is strength. Tomorrow Venerable shook his head. There's no need to refuse. 5,000 true treasure points is all. You can't get more even if you want more. If you really want to contribute more to the race, then you should step into the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Jiang Xi nodded seriously and sighed. The human race relied on these Tao Lords, Tomorrow Venerable, and the legacy left behind by Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament to achieve what they were today. Everyone had been working hard in the Chaos Sea, accumulating strength for the race bit by bit. Soon, I'll be able to hold up the sky, Jiang Xi thought to himself. After the Tao Lord meeting ended, Jiang Xi took some time to return to Goldflow River and obtained the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure from Tomorrow Venerable. Then, he returned to the mysterious monitoring space and continued to cultivate there. He had the protection of the Heavenly Tower and was not afraid of the danger of the huge space whirlpool. He could enter and leave this mysterious space safely. In the following days, Jiang Xi did not idle while waiting for the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world to complete. He refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and deduced Tao techniques at the same time, he also took some time to study the map of the ruins of myriad worlds in preparation for exploring the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Cultivation knew no time, especially for experts with long lives. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, was no different from a second. Just like that, 500 years passed quickly. On this day, in the depths of the fourth universe's space interlayer, Rumble, the Grotto Heaven world called the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven completed its expansion with the last violent tremor. Jiang Xi's clone stood high in the sky, his mind merged with this huge world. Everything here was under his control. A diameter of 2 billion light-years. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Then, with a thought, the world energy that had become even more powerful poured into his body. During this process, his physical strength and essence soul strength were rapidly increasing, and his strength was transforming. Finally, after the transformation was completed, an even more powerful aura spread out. A universe realm Dao Lord. Jiang Xi was sure that even without the Heavenly Tower, he could fight a universe realm Dao Lord. If he used the Heavenly Tower, he would be even stronger. Moreover, in 500 years, he had not only completed the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world. He had also successfully refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and made up for the weakness of his Essence Soul defense. Compared to a Heavenly Venerable, I'm still far from it. However, at least I can protect myself. I can go on an adventure without worry. Jiang Xi smiled. This time, he went out mainly for two things. First, he wanted to explore the treasure parts that were attracted to the 6th-tier mountain. Second, he wanted to go to the ruins of myriad worlds to find the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Both of these things had a certain degree of risk. This was also the reason why he waited until his strength had improved before going out. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived in the air above the lake in the mysterious space. There were more than 100,000 normal-sized spatial vortexes in the air, corresponding to the surveillance images in the lake. With the map in hand, he already knew the location of each surveillance image. Buzz. Jiang Xi's 6th-tier mountain armor was still trembling violently. In fact, ever since he entered this mysterious space, the attraction of the 6th-tier mountain had never subsided. However, he endured it. He endured it for hundreds of years, waiting until his strength had improved before going out to explore. Mount Shenhuang. Jiang Xi looked at one of the spatial vortexes. The aura of the supreme treasure was coming from there. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. The location of that special space was near one of the three great forbidden lands, Mount Shenhuang. If it's really Mount Shenhuang, then things are serious. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure. Let's go take a look. Then, he drove the Heavenly Tower into the spatial vortex. Boom. There were also endless spatial wind blades in this vortex channel. The terrifying power was enough to instantly kill a Heavenly Venerable. However, the special treasure, the Heavenly Tower, was not afraid of these spatial wind blades at all. It was safely swept to the other end of the channel by the powerful suction force. Half a month later, the suction force weakened again. This indicated that they were about to reach their destination. Jiang Xi regained control of the Heavenly Tower and quickly flew through the vortex channel. Before long, they reached the end of the channel. Whoosh! The Heavenly Tower successfully passed through the vortex channel and arrived at the other end of the special space. This special space was similar to the one in the inner zone of Goldflow River. It was empty except for a huge spatial vortex in the middle that swallowed everything. However, this was not the focus of Jiang Xi's attention. At this moment, he was staring at the 6th-tier mountain armor on his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The trembling of this supreme treasure had reached its peak. If he hadn't refined it long ago, this supreme treasure would have left him. The aura of this supreme treasure is everywhere. It must have reached stage 8, right? Jiang Xi was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He could clearly sense the aura of a supreme treasure that was 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times more powerful than a 6th-grade supreme treasure permeating this space. And the source was not here. It was even further away. Over there. Jiang Xi looked in a direction. Whoosh. He controlled the Heavenly Tower, withstanding the suction force of the spatial vortex, and arrived in front of the spatial barrier. There was also a spatial crack here. It was 100,000 kilometers long and 10,000 kilometers wide. This was similar to the special space in the inner zone of Goldflow River. There were also spatial cracks. The supreme treasure's aura came from this spatial crack. Then, through the spatial vortex here, it was transmitted to the mysterious monitoring space. Then, through another spatial vortex, it was transmitted to the special space in Goldflow River. Finally, the supreme treasure's aura was transmitted to the inner zone of Goldflow River through the spatial crack in that special space. Dao Lord Jiao Fa and I sensed it. Riverward came to a sudden realization and instantly understood the reason for all of this. According to the map left behind by Senior Qing Shuang, There are more than 100,000 spatial vortexes in the monitoring space, corresponding to more than 100,000 special spaces. These special spaces are all complete, and the barrier is extremely difficult to destroy. Now, these two special spaces that have been destroyed have become the passageway for the Supreme Treasure's aura to be transmitted. Coincidentally, the Supreme Treasure's aura has attracted the 6th-tier mountain. Jiang Xi felt that the Supreme Treasure's aura was directed at the 6th-tier mountain. The barrier of the special space was indeed difficult to destroy, but if it was a Stage 8 Supreme Treasure or even a higher grade Supreme Treasure, it would definitely have the strength to break the barrier. Compared to that unknown Supreme Treasure, it seems that the 6th-tier mountain is the Supreme Treasure component. Perhaps after I brought the 6th-tier mountain to the Chaos Sea, I was sensed by that unknown Supreme Treasure. At this point, Jiang Xi was still a little worried. He was worried that this was a trap. Let's go and take a look. With my current strength, even a heavenly venerable will find it difficult to keep me here. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xi no longer hesitated. At the same time, he was highly focused and maintained a battle-ready posture. According to the map, this special space is located in a dangerous place near Mount Shenhuang. The Supreme Treasure's aura is so powerful. Perhaps it has already been discovered by other experts. No matter what, I still have to be careful. If a large number of experts have gathered outside, then I'll just retreat. Jiang Xi thought to himself. The spatial vortexes in the special space were very powerful. They were a threat to other experts, but to him, they were life-saving means. Swoosh. He passed through the spatial rift in front of him and arrived outside. What the fuck? As soon as he arrived outside, Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. In the vast chaos sea, the grey fog of chaos was constantly churning and surging. Countless abyssal rifts, mixed with terrifying lightning and thunder, spread down from the endless void. The power was enough to destroy a universe-realm Dao Lord. Jiang Xi was at the edge of an abyssal rift. If he was not careful, he would be struck by the lightning and thunder. However, this was not his focus at all. At that moment, his gaze was completely attracted by another gigantic celestial body in the distance. A towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. Around the mountain, there were also countless abyssal rifts that flickered with lightning of various colors. The churning grey fog of chaos poured out from the abyssal rifts and poured down the mountain like a waterfall. It was majestic and spectacular. However, this spectacular scene represented terror and danger. Even if a heavenly venerable were to accidentally fall into the abyssal rift, they would not be left with a corpse. Therefore, any expert who came to Mount Shenhuang to explore would be shocked. The first time they saw this mountain, they would be filled with reverence. However, it was different for Jiang Xi. He was a little stunned and the joy in his heart surged uncontrollably. It's really Mount Shenhuang. Jiang Xi's eyes were fixed on the dark mountain peak in the distance. He could clearly sense that the source of attraction of Mount Shenhuang came from there. The omnipresent aura of the Supreme Treasure also filled this vast world. That was why there were no experts guarding outside the spatial rift. That Supreme Treasure was Mount Shenhuang, and it stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. There was no need to guard it, and it could not be guarded. There's a scene in the relief sculpture. There's a towering mountain that directly killed a group of experts with 3 heads and 6 arms. Previously, Jiang Xi had a guess, but before he saw it with his own eyes, he did not dare to confirm it. Now, he finally confirmed that Mount Shenhuang was that towering mountain. To be precise, Mount Shenhuang was the main body of that towering mountain, and Mount Shenhuang was an incomplete part of it. What grade of Supreme Treasure should this be? Rank 9? Rank 10? Jiang Xi's breathing became hurried. He had nothing to worry about now. This was not a trap, but a super great opportunity. What was Mount Shenhuang? It was one of the 3 great lands of Chaos Sea. If he refined Mount Shenhuang, it would really be heaven-defying. Whoever it suppressed would die. A moment later, Jiang Xi regained his composure. He was not dazzled by the sudden surprise. He thought of many things. Countless years ago, Mount Shenhuang was one of the 3 great lands of peril. With the aura of this supreme treasure everywhere, I'm sure everyone knows that Mount Shenhuang is a supreme treasure of unknown grade. Therefore, in these long years, many experts must have tried to subdue and refine this supreme treasure. But now, Mount Shenhuang is still standing in the middle of Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi looked at the towering mountain in the distance with a deep gaze. It was obvious that Mount Shenhuang was not something he could refine just because he wanted to. There must be some difficulty in doing so. Let's try it first. Whoosh. Next, Jiang Xi kept teleporting in the direction of Mount Shenhuang without stopping for a moment. The closer he got, the more he felt the terror of this towering mountain. The heavy aura that rushed at him seemed to be able to suppress everything. The pressure on his body and soul was extremely strong. Dong dong dong, it was as if a heavy hammer was pounding on his body and soul. At the same time, the aura of the supreme treasure was also constantly strengthening. When Jiang Xi finally got within 100 light-years of this behemoth, the powerful aura of the supreme treasure had finally reached another level, reaching the level of a 9th stage supreme treasure. The pressure on my body and soul has also undergone a qualitative change. It's even stronger. Jiang Xi also felt the pressure. After the Grotto Heaven world completed its continuous expansion, with the help of the power of the world, his body and soul had also undergone a continuous transformation at this moment. His body was comparable to a Tier 5 supreme treasure. Even a heavenly venerable would have to put in a lot of effort to truly harm his body. The strength of his soul had also increased from a flood-level Dao Lord to an Eon-level Dao Lord. It could be said that there were not many places that could make him feel pressured anymore. Now, he was still 100 light-years away from Mount Shenhuang, but the pressure was already very uncomfortable. In this position, even an Eon-level Dao Lord would find it difficult to move an inch. Jiang Xi shook his head and continued forward despite the pressure. At this point, he did not dare to teleport anymore and flew forward carefully. If he teleported again, he might fall into the abyssal rift at any time. According to the records of Azure Frost's map, Mount Shenhuang is 900 million light-years tall. The pressure brought by the heavy aura is a pressure on the body and soul. It's also a tempering. The experts of the various factions not only come to Mount Shenhuang to search for treasures and opportunities. There are also many experts who come here to borrow the pressure of this mountain to temper their bodies and souls. They treat this place as a cultivation holy land. As Jiang Xi flew, he recalled the information about Mount Shenhuang in his mind. Therefore, it was easier to encounter experts from other factions here. However, he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, nor did he restrain his aura. He continued to approach Mount Shenhuang. Swoosh! A golden light flew over from afar and soon entered the range of his vision, heading straight for Jiang Xi. That powerful aura caused people to be alarmed. Chapter 600. The golden light whistled over, but Jiang Xi took the initiative to stop and looked over with a smile. He had long discovered the other party. I actually met an expert of the human camp here. Dao Lord Mountain Sea. The golden light stopped in front of Jiang Xi. It was a Dao Lord who looked similar to a human. His body looked like it was made of gold, and his entire body shone with golden light. This person's name was Dao Lord Qi Long, and he was the patriarch of the Aurum race, one of the top races of the Fourth Universe. In terms of strength, he was a Universe Dao Lord. Dao Lord Qi Long had joined the human camp long before the Fourth Universe evolved. He usually roamed the 3 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea and had many tricks up his sleeves. He was very good at staying alive. In the Chaos Sea, he was an existence that many Dao Lords were unwilling to provoke. However, at this moment, Dao Lord Qi Long was full of smiles. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, my spiritual sense discovered you from afar. I heard that you were roaming the Goldflow River, so I didn't dare to recognize you at first. Only when I got closer did I dare to confirm it. Haha, I'm so happy to see an expert of the human camp in Mount Shenhuang. I'm also very happy to see you, Dao Lord Qi Long. Jiang Xi smiled sincerely. In the Fourth Universe, the Aurum race was the strongest ally of the human race. Apart from their different races, they were as close as family. I've heard of your accomplishments. When you first entered the Chaos Sea, you killed 3 of the top universe Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. After 500 to 600 years, given the speed at which your strength increases, I'm sure I'm no longer your match. Tao Lord Qi Long praised. You jest, Tao Lord Qi Long. Jiang Ci shook his head and chuckled. It wasn't easy to receive praise from Tao Lord Qi Long. However, his current strength had indeed surpassed Tao Lord Qi Long's. Then, the two of them continued flying towards Mount Shenhuang together while chatting. I remember that Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 firmaments are in the Goldflow River. Why are you here? Tao Lord Qi Long asked. Under such circumstances, most human experts would choose to roam the Goldflow River because they could receive timely reinforcements from other races. Therefore, it was rather strange for Jiang Ci to suddenly appear in Mount Shenhuang alone. I'm here to use the pressure of Mount Shenhuang to temper my body and soul, Jiang Ci said casually. At this moment, in order to prevent other powerhouses from noticing the abnormality, he had already put away the 6-layer mountain. Oh! Tao Lord Qi Long was rather surprised. Then, he smiled again. Most of the experts of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea came here to temper their bodies and essence souls. I've been here for quite some time, so there are some things I can tell you. Thank you very much. Jiang Ci cupped his hands in thanks. He had learned some information about Mount Shenhuang from the human race's database, but it wasn't much because human powerhouses rarely ventured into Mount Shenhuang. As for the information in Azure Frost's map, it was only a map. There was no information about the powerhouses. Daoist Lord Qi Long smiled. Mount Shenhuang is different from Goldflow River. The whirlpools in the inner area of the flowing Gold River did not follow any pattern. They could appear at any time. He had to be vigilant at all times in order to avoid danger. The dangers of Mount Shenhuang are the abyssal rifts and lightning. However, these dangers can be seen and can be prevented in advance. He pointed at the terrifying rifts that spread down from the endless void. The location and size of those abyssal rifts rarely change. The areas between the 2 abyssal rifts are relatively safe. Some of the larger safe areas have become the cultivation bases of many powerhouses. I know a little about that. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. Mount Shenhuang mainly had 36 large safe areas. The length, width, and height of each area were at least light years. Tao Lord Qi Long shook his head. I'm talking about the powerhouses cultivating here. There are 3 of them that you need to pay special attention to. They are Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe, and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. Jiang Ci listened carefully. This was important information. Tao Lord Qi Long continued. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink comes from the Holy Land universe. He's not afraid of the calamity, so he's very aloof and has an excellent personality. As long as you respect him and don't anger him, there won't be any danger. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon has a violent personality. Her Blood Moon spacetime has always enveloped the space within hundreds of millions of kilometers around her. You absolutely can't go near that space, or you'll be in danger of dying. Actually, these 2 are fine. As long as you don't provoke them, you'll be fine. The most troublesome one is Heavenly Venerate Evil. At this point, Tao Lord Qi Long's expression became very serious. Jiang Ci's heart trembled. He had long memorized the information of many powerhouses in Chaos Sea, including those Heavenly Venerates. There were many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses. Some were good at physical annihilation, some were good at essence spirit attacks, and some did not have 6th grade supreme treasures. And Heavenly Venerate Evil, a lone traveler from the First Universe, was one of the terrifying existences. There were so many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses in Chaos Sea. The fact that he dared to use the word evil as his name already showed his strength. In fact, in terms of actual combat strength, Heavenly Venerate Evil was not outstanding. He could only be considered ordinary. Heavenly Venerate Evil could be considered terrifying mainly because he was a special life form. His talent was in attacking the essence spirit. Later on, he used his talent as the foundation to create an even stronger essence spirit secret technique. Combined with the projection of a miniature universe, It formed a powerful spacetime domain called the evil prison spacetime. This special spacetime domain had a strong impact on the essence spirit will. Heavenly Venerate Evil's battle with other Heavenly Venerates is average, but he has an absolute advantage against us Tao Lords. Tao Lord Qi Long sighed. Once he uses the evil prison spacetime, even the essence spirit of a Heavenly Venerate will be affected. As for us Tao Lords, our essence spirits will probably fall into a daze and be slaughtered by him. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. He could imagine how terrifying it was. Unless one had a Heavenly Venerate essence spirit or a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, they could resist the impact of the evil prison spacetime. Although I have a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, I have to be careful, Jiang Xi thought to himself. After all, his essence spirit was only at the level of an Eon Realm Tao Lord. Tao Lord Qi Long shook his head and sighed. Moreover, Heavenly Venerate Evil doesn't have any race ties, so he doesn't have any scruples and does as he pleases. He's not afraid of causing trouble at all. Therefore, everyone will take a detour when they encounter Heavenly Venerate Evil. If it weren't for Heavenly Venerate Qingyang from the Great Sky Sacred Land, other Tao Lords like me and I would have left the safety zones of Mount Shenhuang long ago. Jiang Xi smiled and said bluntly, there must be other benefits to staying here. Sure enough, Tao Lord Qi Long also smiled. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang has a good personality. Occasionally, he will publicly preach and impart his cultivation insights to everyone, allowing us Tao Lords to gain a lot. After all, there are too few Heavenly Venerates who are willing to teach us like this, so we don't want to leave. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Evil will also give face to the safety zone where Heavenly Venerate Qingyang is. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. It seemed that Heavenly Venerate Qingyang from the Great Sky Sacred Land had quite a bit of prestige. There were 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Land was stronger because in terms of size, the Great Sky Sacred Land was larger. There's one more thing. You've just arrived here, so you must be careful. Heavenly Venerate Evil likes to change his appearance. Usually, those who haven't seen him before won't know his aura fluctuations. Therefore, you might be fooled by him. If you don't know him, it's very easy to anger him and attract a fatal calamity, Tao Lord Qi Long added. 2 streams of light streaked through the void and approached Mount Shenhuang. Along the way, Jiang Xi learned more about the situation from Tao Lord Qi Long. Mount Shenhuang had a total of 36 safety zones. Heavenly Venerate Qingyang from the Great Sky Sacred Land was stationed in Safety Zone 1. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon from the Second Universe was stationed in Safety Zone 9. As for Heavenly Venerate Evil from the First Universe, he didn't have a fixed place to cultivate. He liked to wander around and disguise himself to fool Tao Lords. It would be fine if they could recognize him, but if they couldn't, they might be in danger. Up ahead is Safety Zone 1. It's also the place where the most experts in the entire Mount Shenhuang gather. Tao Lord Qi Long pointed ahead. Jiang Xi stood side by side with him and looked ahead. There were still 3 light-years from here to Mount Shenhuang. At a glance, this 900 million light-year tall mountain peak was like a vast and boundless wall that separated heaven and earth. It extended in all directions and couldn't see the end. The abyssal rifts that extended down from the void didn't seem that terrifying when looking from afar. Now, however, they could clearly feel the terror of the abyssal rifts. Boom! Those lightning bolts flickered and rumbled continuously, emitting terrifying might. If touched, even a Heavenly Venerate would be severely injured. The so-called Safety Zone 1 was located between the 2 abyssal rifts. Compared to Mount Shenhuang, this safety zone was very small, but in reality, it covered a very large area. However, this wasn't the main focus of Jiang Xi's attention. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in his body. The sixfold mountain is about to leave my body. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. The supreme treasure, the sixfold mountain, had already been absorbed into his body, but the attraction between supreme treasures wouldn't disappear because of this. On the contrary, he could feel that attraction even more clearly now. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful pressure was like a heavy hammer that constantly struck his body and primordial spirit, bringing him great pressure. At this point, the heavy aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang is already very strong. With the current strength of my body and primordial spirit, can I get close to Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi frowned slightly. If he couldn't even touch it, then he naturally wouldn't have the chance to subdue this mountain peak. Beside him, Dao Lord Qi Long had been observing Jiang Xi because the closer he got to Mount Shenhuang, the stronger the pressure. At this point, even a universe realm Dao Lord would have to use all his strength to continue forward. However, Dao Lord Qi Long discovered that although Jiang Xi was frowning, his flying speed didn't change at all. He seemed very relaxed. How is this possible? How many years has he cultivated for? His body and primordial spirit are already so strong. His comparable to a universe realm Dao Lord? Dao Lord Qi Long was very shocked. He originally thought that Jiang Xi was able to kill the 3 top universe realm Dao Lords of the heavenly feather race mainly because of the supreme treasure. However, the situation before him told him that Jiang Xi was very strong to begin with. I've been cultivating here for more than 10,000 epochs, tempering my body and primordial spirit to their current level. That's why I can withstand the pressure here so easily. How did he do it? Dao Lord Qi Long was very puzzled. Dao Lord Qi Long Jiang Xi pointed ahead, where many powerful figures were sitting cross-legged in the void. I can see several Dao Lords at a glance. How many Dao Lords are cultivating here in Safety Zone 1? There were many experts here, so he didn't use his spiritual sense to investigate this place. That would easily attract the hostility of other Dao Lords. Nearly 100, Dao Lord Qi Long replied. Dao Lord Qi Long replied, their distance from Mount Shenhuang varies. From this, we can determine everyone's strength. The stronger one's body and primordial spirit are, the closer they can be. Currently, the one who can reach the deepest part is Celestial Venerable Qingyang. Can Celestial Venerable Qingyang touch Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi asked casually. Of course. Any Celestial Venerable can truly reach Mount Shenhuang. Dao Lord Qi Long laughed. When you mention this, it reminds me of a rumor that has been circulating for a long time. What rumor? There's a special supreme treasure aura within 10,000 light-years of Mount Shenhuang. You should be able to sense it, right? Jiang Xi nodded. Therefore, there was once an expert who speculated that Mount Shenhuang should be a supreme treasure that surpasses the legendary level. Dao Lord Qi Long chuckled. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, many celestial venerables have approached Mount Shenhuang, touched it, and tried to refine this supreme treasure. However, not a single celestial venerable has succeeded. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. It was just as he had guessed. Everyone knew that Mount Shenhuang was a supreme treasure, but why did they not succeed? With the strength of a celestial venerable, they should be able to subdue and refine even a rank 9 supreme treasure, right? Or rather, Mount Shenhuang's grade was higher than rank 9 and even celestial venerables could not control it. At the thought of this, Jiang Xi was worried. He still wanted to find an opportunity to refine it this time. Whoosh, whoosh. They continued to fly forward and the pressure increased rapidly. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, the further we go, the greater the pressure. Dao Lord Qi Long could not help but say, the place where I usually cultivate is deeper. It's close to my limit, so it's more helpful for me to improve my strength. If you can't take it anymore, you can tell me in advance. Alright, I also want to test my limits. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. Dao Lord Qi Long did not say anything else and only observed secretly. However, he realized that Jiang Xi's expression did not change and he appeared very casual. At the same time, many Dao Lords cultivating in Safety Zone 1 also noticed Jiang Xi and Dao Lord Qi Long. Dao Lord Qi Long said not long ago that he went to the ruins of myriad worlds to search for treasures. Why is he back? Who's beside him? A new face that I've never seen before. He looks like a human and is traveling with Dao Lord Qi Long. He should be a human expert from the 4th universe. Some of the Dao Lords who were training together were secretly chatting amongst themselves, but very few of them knew who Riverward was. After all, Jiang Xi had been in the Chaos Sea for less than 1,000 years. In terms of fame, The Heavenly Feather Race had issued a bounty for him because he had killed 3 Eon-level Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. However, everyone only knew that Jiangxi was Dao Lord Mountain Sea. They did not know about Jiangxi's specific situation, nor did they know what he looked like. In the end, a Dao Lord recognized him. His Dao Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th universe. As soon as he said that, everyone matched Jiangxi's appearance with the slightly famous Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Then, they realized that Jiangxi and Dao Lord Qilong were still flying deeper. The experts who could cultivate in this area were naturally all universe-level Dao Lords. Everyone might be very strong, but that didn't mean that their bodies and essence souls were also strong. This was also the main reason why they were cultivating here. Dao Lord Qilong's strength could be considered top-notch among the universe level. It wasn't strange that he could continue to go deeper. But why did Dao Lord Mountain Sea dare to continue? A new Dao Lord of the human race shouldn't have cultivated for long, right? Why was his body and essence soul stronger than theirs? Jiangxi and Dao Lord Qilong flew for another half a day before stopping. This is where I often cultivate. Dao Lord Qilong looked at Jiangxi and sighed. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the pressure of this area. Jiangxi chuckled but didn't say anything. If he had just stepped into the Chaos Sea, he would probably have knelt here. His body would have shattered and his essence soul would have dissipated. However, after 500 to 600 years, the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world had already transformed his strength. He only felt slightly strained here. In terms of physical strength, he far surpassed most universe-level Dao Lords. Only his essence soul was slightly weaker. However, he had a Tier 6 essence soul supreme treasure, so he could easily withstand the pressure here. One had to know that many heavenly venerables didn't even have a Tier 6 essence soul supreme treasure. There are so many Dao Lords ahead. Jiangxi looked deeper in surprise. Closer to Mount Shenhuang, there were some powerful figures sitting cross-legged in the void. That's right. Dao Lord Qilong explained, although nearly 100 Dao Lords are gathered in Safety Zone 1, those who can truly enter that place are at least at the Tier 4 level. Their bodies are at least as strong as a Tier 4 supreme treasure, and their essence souls are at least at the peak of the universe level. Look ahead. There are a total of 14 Dao Lords. Their bodies and essence souls have reached the limit of the universe level. If they take another step forward and their bodies and essence souls undergo a qualitative transformation, they will be comparable to Heavenly Venerable. Actually, in the depths, apart from Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, there are 2 other Dao Lords cultivating there. It's said that those 2 Dao Lords have Tier 6 armor supreme treasures, and their essence souls are comparable to Heavenly Venerables. They are from the Red Lotus Sacred Land and the 3rd Universe respectively, Dao Lord Qilong lamented. Jiangxi also sighed. His body's strength was probably similar to those 14 Dao Lords, but his essence soul was much weaker. However, he didn't expect to encounter 2 Dao Lords whose essence souls were comparable to Heavenly Venerables in Safety Zone 1. How many such Dao Lords were there in all 36 safety zones of Mount Shenhuang? How many were there in the entire Chaos Sea? He really couldn't underestimate the experts of the Chaos Sea. Right, one of the 2 Dao Lords in the depths is from the Heavenly Feather Race. You once killed 3 top universe-level Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race and have a deep grudge with them. You have to be careful, Dao Lord Qilong reminded. Who is it? Dao Lord Flying Feather. Jiangxi's pupils constricted slightly. He knew of this Dao Lord expert in terms of strength. Dao Lord Flying Feather was ranked 2nd among the universe-level Dao Lords. The first level was the half-step Heavenly Venerables. There were not many existences comparable to Dao Lord 9 Clouds in the entire Chaos Sea. From this, it was clear how strong Dao Lord Flying Feather was. Furthermore, Dao Lord Flying Feather was the disciple of the first Sacred Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race and was best at Essence Soul Attack. His body might be a bit weaker, but he has a 6th grade defensive treasure. The strength of his Essence Soul is comparable to a Heavenly Venerate and is good at Essence Soul Attack. Compared to Heavenly Venerables, his secret techniques are only slightly inferior. With such strength and the backing of the Heavenly Feather Race, he's unafraid of any faction in Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi knew very well that in the eyes of most experts, Tao Lord Flying Feather was an existence that could not be provoked. However, he was not afraid at all. Sorry, a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure just happens to counter you, Jiang Xi thought to himself and smiled. That smile puzzled Tao Lord Qi Long, as he did not know why Jiang Xi was smiling. Tao Lord Qi Long, thank you for telling me along the way. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Jiang Xi cupped his fists and thanked him. Haha, we're both from the human camp and should help each other. I've been cultivating in Safety Zone 1 the entire time. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send me a message from Universe 4, Tao Lord Qi Long smiled. Jiang Xi nodded and turned into a stream of light, continuing to approach Mount Shenhuang. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea is still going deeper. To be able to fly to this position, he's either protected by a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure or his body and essence soul are close to the limits of a universe Tao Lord. Seems like there's a reason why the Heavenly Feather Race offered a bounty for his head. As Riverward drew closer and closer, the 14 Tao Lords seated in the lotus position in the void noticed him as well. Jiang Xi did not care about their spying and continued advancing at his own pace. Dong, 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 dong. The heavy aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang was like a wave that slapped against his body and essence soul continuously, bringing him immense pressure. The pressure is getting stronger. If not for the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, my essence soul would have collapsed long ago under this pressure. Although he looked calm, his body and essence soul were already trembling. Swoosh! In the end, Jiang Xi stopped and did not continue forward. The 14 Tao Lords were also in this area. The pressure here is already making me very uncomfortable, but it's not to the point of losing my composure. No wonder the 14 Tao Lords stopped here. If I continue forward, even with the protection of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure, I won't be able to control my body and essence soul. Jiang Xi shook his head. In that situation, the body would crack, blood and sweat would flow, and the essence soul would disintegrate and recover piece by piece. It was extremely painful. Looks like I can't really get close to Mount Shenhuang with my current strength. Jiang Xi felt that it was a pity. However, he was not discouraged. As long as the strength of my body and essence soul reach the heavenly venerable level, it'll be fine. Jiang Xi was very confident. This was because after his Tao technique was deduced to the heavenly Tao realm, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds again. At that time, his body and essence soul would have a high chance of reaching the heavenly venerable level in advance. Not only that, but his cultivation, secret techniques, grotto heaven world, and so on would also experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 601. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race has appeared in the first safety zone of Mount Shenhuang. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is in Mount Shenhuang. I can confirm that it's him. I saw it with my own eyes. There were nearly 100 Universe Realm Tao Lords cultivating in the first safety zone of Mount Shenhuang. Just now, half of them saw Jiang Xi. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Jiang Xi had nothing to hide about this. He had no intention of hiding his whereabouts from the beginning. After all, the only one who truly had a grudge with him in Chaos Sea was the Heavenly Feather Race. Without a conflict of interests, the other factions would not take the initiative to find trouble with him. As for the Heavenly Feather Race, Tomorrow Supremacy had defeated 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race previously. This battle had a great deterrent effect. If the Heavenly Feather Race wanted to deal with him now, they would only use the strength of a Tao Lord. If they wanted to send Heavenly Venerables, they would have to give Tomorrow Supremacy a reason to attack. Since that was the case, Jiang Xi had nothing to be afraid of. He could roam Chaos Sea openly. At this moment, in the depths of Mount Shenhuang's first safety zone, 2 figures with enormous auras sat cross-legged in the void. One of the figures had 5 pairs of white wings behind his back. It was the famous Tao Lord Flying Feather of the Heavenly Feather Race. From this position, one could sense more pressure from Mount Shenhuang. If one's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker, they would probably collapse. Under normal circumstances, Only an Empyrean would be able to remain safe and sound here. Tao Lord Flying Feather was not afraid. He sat cross-legged in the void motionlessly. As a top universe realm Tao Lord, his body might not be the strongest. However, he had a grade 6 armor treasure and was not afraid of the pressure here. In terms of essence spirit, he was even more outstanding. His essence spirit had already reached the level of a heavenly venerable. To him, as long as he made a breakthrough in his body or secret technique and touched the origin level, he would be able to advance further and become a half-step heavenly venerable. Buzz, right then, a fluctuation appeared in the void and attracted Tao Lord Flying Feather's attention. He opened his eyes abruptly. Tao Lord Featherflight was able to see a black-armored figure come to a halt in the area where the 14 cosmic Tao Lords were located. To be able to reach that place meant that his body and essence spirit had reached the limit of a universe realm Tao Lord. It's him. Tao Lord Mountain Sea Tao Lord, you killed Jurfa and Kuan Yu, and Fang Shu has also lost his strongest true body. How dare you come here? Jurfa, it seems that today is my chance to avenge you. Tao Lord Flying Feather said Tao Lord Flying Feather. The Heaven Feather race was one of the most supreme races in the first universe. Over the course of its long history, the many Tao Lords of the race had naturally formed their own little cliques because they were of the same race and were experts on the same level of power. For example, Tao Lord Featherflight and Tao Lord Jafar were on extremely good terms. After spending so many years together, both sides had long since gotten used to the existence of friends. Furthermore, to Tao Lord Flying Feather, his friends were his family. This was because even before he had become a Tao Lord, his blood relatives had already passed away. All he had left were his friends. The death of Tao Lord Jafar had once driven him mad. Although the race had already removed the bounty for killing the fourth universe's human race, however, during these 500 to 600 years, Tao Lord Featherflight did not give up. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Tao Lord Mountain Sea through the intelligence system of his race. However, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's whereabouts were a mystery. Even though the Heavenly Feather race's intelligence network was very powerful, they still couldn't find any clues. Tao Lord Featherflight had no choice but to temporarily bury his anger and hatred in his heart. Because of the sudden rise of Venerable Ming, the human race of Universe 4 got rid of the title of a weak force. Now, this matter could only be resolved through revenge, and could no longer be pressured by the tribe. But who would have thought that his enemy would take the initiative to deliver himself to his mouth? He actually saw Tao Lord Mountain Sea here. Tao Lord Featherflight felt as though he had searched high and low for something only to find it by chance. Very good. Whoosh. A white stream of light tore through the air and flew towards Jiangxi. It's Tao Lord Feather. His charging towards Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Could it be that he's trying to regain face for the Heavenly Feather race? I heard that Tao Lord Featherflight and Tao Lord Jafar were best friends, and Tao Lord Jafar died at the hands of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is in trouble. Some of the Tao Lords noticed this and began to watch in secret. However, most of them were just watching the show and no one was willing to interfere. Only Tao Lord Qi Long looked worried. Although he was worried, he could only watch. That was because the pressure in that area was very strong and it was not something he could enter. If I had known, I would have let Jiangxi go to another safe zone. Tao Lord Qi Long regretted it. He did not expect Tao Lord Featherflight to dare to attack in Safety Zone Number 1 without any regard for Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink's dignity. Jiangxi had just sat down cross-legged in the void when he saw a white stream of light flying towards him. Still looking for trouble? He frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of Tao Lord Featherflight, there was still Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink in the depths. If he attacked in Safety Zone Number 1, he might anger this Heavenly Venerable from the Great Sky Sacred Land. He did not want to provoke a Heavenly Venerable for no reason. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to retreat just like that. Swoosh. The white stream of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it flew from billions of kilometers away to his area. Compared to the vast void, the two of them looked very small. However, their powerful auras covered the entire area like a monstrous wave. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. A cold voice sounded in the void. Tao Lord Featherflight walked over step by step, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers with each step. What's the matter? Jiang Ci stood up calmly and looked straight at him without any evasiveness. Do you really not know? Or are you pretending to be stupid? Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold as if he was looking at a corpse. At the same time, he approached step by step. Oh! Are you avenging the 3 Eon Realm Tao Lords of your race? Or are you trying to regain the face of your heavenly feather race? Jiang Ci asked. No matter which it is, you will die today. Tao Lord Featherflight's voice rumbled, covering the sound of thunder in the abyssal chasm and spreading throughout Safety Zone 1 so confident. Jiang Ci smiled. At this moment, the two sides were less than 1,000,000 kilometers apart and arrived in an instant. Tao Lord Featherflight stopped and stared at Jiang Ci with eyes filled with killing intent. You have guts. You don't seem to be afraid of me. Jiang Ci's smile did not change. Why should he be afraid? In terms of physical strength, he was stronger than Tao Lord Featherflight. As for the strength of his essence spirit, although the difference was huge, he had a rank 6 essence spirit supreme treasure, so he was naturally not afraid. As for attack, his secret technique was definitely inferior to Tao Lord Featherflight's. However, his Grotto Heaven world far surpassed Tao Lord Featherflight's. With the support of the power of the world, Jiang Ci was confident that even if he did not use the Heaven Connecting Tower, his attack would definitely not be weaker than Tao Lord Featherflight. If he used it, he would naturally be stronger. How confident! Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold. Then go to hell. Whoosh! The unique kingdom of heaven spacetime of the heavenly feather race descended instantly. White feathers accompanied by the sound of kingdom of heaven echoed in the world, appearing incomparably sacred. As a Tao Lord expert whose essence spirit was comparable to a heavenly venerable, with the support of the power of essence spirit, his kingdom of heaven spacetime was thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger than the spacetime domain of ordinary universe Tao Lord. At the level of universe Tao Lords, only a few half-step heavenly venerables could defeat him. Therefore, Tao Lord Featherflight was very confident that this puny human would not be able to resist in his spacetime domain. However, Jiang Ci did not move and merely spat out a word. Break. Boom. A seemingly real world descended at the same time. The stars, continents, mountains, and rivers in the starry sky were incomparably real and crushed towards kingdom of heaven spacetime with an unstoppable force. Crack, crack, crack. Kingdom of heaven spacetime began to collapse. Impossible. Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically, unable to believe what he was seeing. Apart from heavenly venerables, only half-step heavenly venerables spacetime domains were stronger than his. However, this human in front of him could crush his kingdom of heaven spacetime. However, Tao Lord Featherflight was a top universe Tao Lord after all. He had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless years and naturally had plenty of combat experience. Although Kingdom of Heaven spacetime collapsed, it did not dissipate immediately. This gave him a chance to counterattack. Just because the spacetime domain is strong doesn't mean that the essence spirit is also strong. Tao Lord Featherflight quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to attack again. Buzz! The feathers that filled the sky in Kingdom of Heaven spacetime condensed into an illusory white arrow with a dazzling light. Suddenly, it tore through the void and attacked Jiang Ci. The strength of my essence spirit is comparable to a heavenly venerable. The power of this essence spirit attack is close to 1/10,000th of a heavenly venerable. How are you going to block it? Tao Lord Featherflight looked as if he was looking at a dead man. Primordial spirit attacks were what he was best at. With an essence spirit comparable to a heavenly venerable, it was enough to crush almost all Tao Lord. Of course, there were strong and weak. He was good at essence spirit attacks but not physical attacks. That was why the heavenly feather race gave him a grade 6 armor treasure to make up for his shortcomings. Swoosh! The illusory white arrow trembled the void and arrived in front of Jiang Ci instantly. However, Jiang Ci did not move at all. He reached out and grabbed casually. Poof! The white arrow was directly crushed, turning into streams of light and disappearing. As for the essence spirit attack, with the grade 6 essence spirit treasure, The arrow was like an egg striking a rock and did not cause any damage to his essence spirit. You! Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically again. This time, there was shock. He did not have time to think and once again condensed his strongest essence spirit attack. Swoosh! 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 One after another, illusory white feathered arrows shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. At that moment, Jiang Xi moved. How dare you spout nonsense with just this little bit of strength? What a joke! Jiang Xi was merciless with his words and executed thunderous methods at the same time. His figure swayed and a long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was formed by heaven-piercing building during this process. The various powers in his body, cultivation, body, essence spirit, secret skills, Tao techniques, and even the strongest world power condensed into a ball and injected into the long shuttle. Swoosh! The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building tore through the air with him at a speed that exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. The distance of 1,000,000 kilometers was no different from being extremely close. Although one could not teleport in the spacetime domain, at that moment, Jiang Xi disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and appeared in front of Tao Lord Featherflight. This. Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes widened. He had no chance to react. Kai. The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of heaven-piercing building, which was also the sharpest part of this special treasure. The grade 6 cardinal treasure on Tao Lord Flying Feather's body was instantly pierced like a piece of paper and was of little defensive use. The aura of this top universe realm Tao Lord weakened by 30% in an instant. Boom. Then, in the next moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's body was sent flying by the powerful force of Jiang Xi's attack. At that moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were blank. He could not believe everything before his eyes. Even a grade 6 defensive treasure could not defend against it. There was only one possibility. The power of that attack had already reached a half-step heavenly venerable. How dare you spout nonsense with such strength? Jiang Xi repeated his words, but this time, it was a furious roar. Impossible. Who are you? Tao Lord Featherflight regained control of his body. He roared with fear and a little anger. However, Jiang Xi had already attacked again. The long shuttle was about to pierce out. Tao Lord Featherflight hurriedly shouted, "Senior Qing Yang, save me, me." Jiang Xi had no intention of stopping. His eyes were cold. Kai Kai Kai. The long shuttle was led by the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Great Tao Scroll. It shone with 5-colored light and carried all his strength as it stabbed Tao Lord Featherflight continuously. With the suppression of the Mountain Sea spacetime domain, Tao Lord Featherflight could not escape or dodge at all. In an instant, this top-notch universe realm Tao Lord who was incomparably confident earlier was like a punctured balloon. His body instantly deflated and he was deader than dead. You killed a universe realm Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +9. The notification of the arrival of experience points rang out. Jiang Xi was delighted. However, right at that moment, a chill ran down his spine and all his hair stood on end. Boom. An incomparably terrifying phantom of a giant hammer covered the world, directly destroying his Mountain Sea spacetime and smashing towards him. If he was hit, he would definitely be annihilated instantly. Furthermore, the giant hammer phantom carried a terrifying might and completely sealed this spacetime. Even a universe realm Tao Lord would not be able to break through. Heavenly venerable. Jiang Xi felt a chill run down his spine. Break. He roared angrily. Without even thinking, the long shuttle pierced out again. Although it could not break through the spacetime of the giant hammer phantom, it could break a hole. That was enough. As long as he sensed the spacetime fluctuations, he could teleport. Swoosh. A huge hole exploded in the void and ripples appeared in the sealed spacetime once more. Buzz, teleport. At the same time as he teleported, Jiang Xi's figure entered heaven-piercing building. Furthermore, he did not forget to take away Tao Lord Flying Feather's supreme treasure. This series of operations was completed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh. The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building disappeared from Mount Shenhuang No. 1 safety zone with Jiang Xi. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, this isn't over. Don't enter that abyssal chasm. In the vast void, Jiang Xi's angry and worried voice echoed. More than 20 Dao Lords, including Dao Lord Qi Long, witnessed this extremely short battle with their own eyes. Excluding the time when Jiang Xi and Dao Lord Flying Feather exchanged blows, the true battle process did not exceed a second. However, this extremely short period of time was enough to shock them completely. Initially, everyone thought that this Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race was definitely finished. Who was Dao Lord Flying Feather? He was in existence second only to half-step heavenly venerables. If his body or secret technique was stronger, he would be able to become a half-step heavenly venerable. However, the outcome was completely beyond their imagination. Such an expert was killed instantly by Dao Lord Mountain Sea. What was even more shocking was that Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink also attacked just now, but he did not manage to hold Dao Lord Mountain Sea back. Heaven defying. The humans of the Fourth Universe have Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming. In the past, there was only Dao Lord 9 Firmament, but now there's Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Most importantly, I just asked around. Dao Lord Mountain Sea has cultivated for a very short period of time. It's said that he has less than 100,000 years. This is it's a pity that there are a large number of abyssal rifts in Mount Shenhuang and there's that powerful pressure, so spacetime is very unstable. If he uses teleportation under such circumstances, there's a high chance that he'll fall into that abyssal rift. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to teleport in Mount Shenhuang. His courting death. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink is such a kind expert and is usually aloof. Why would he attack at this time? Could it be that they angered him when they fought in Safety Zone 1? The 20-odd Dao Lords instantly had many thoughts. Some sighed, some were secretly delighted, and many were puzzled. They had clearly heard Dao Lord Flying Feather's cry for help before he died. The meaning of those words was worth pondering. Did Dao Lord Flying Feather have a relationship with Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, or did the Heavenly Feather race have some connection with the Great Sky Sacred Land? The former was obviously unlikely, so the latter was the only possibility. As for the final words left behind by River Word, everyone was only stunned and amused. What right did a Dao Lord have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Even if Dao Lord Mountain Sea's talent was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to threaten a Heavenly Venerable. Putting aside the Dao Lords of the other factions, just the human experts of the Fourth Universe alone, Dao Lord 9 Firmament was very strong, right? Dao Lord 9 Firmament was already a half-step Heavenly Venerable countless epochs ago, but he was still in the same place and was no match for a Heavenly Venerable at all. No matter how talented Dao Lord Mountain Sea was, what right did he have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Which one of those who could cultivate to become a Heavenly Venerable didn't have heaven-defying talent? While everyone was having all sorts of thoughts, only Dao Lord Qi Long was filled with worry. He quickly informed the humans of the matter through the incarnation he left in the Fourth Universe, at this moment, in the deepest part of the first safety zone, near the mountain wall of Mount Shenhuang. A huge figure with 6 pairs of arms was sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain wall. His dignified face was filled with doubt. He escaped. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang frowned. The pressure he faced in this position could be said to be the strongest in the entire Mount Shenhuang. Even if he was a Heavenly Venerable, he had to use 90% of his strength to resist. Therefore, the attack he attacked just now was only 10% of his strength. However, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang was confident that with his strength, even 10% was enough to kill a half-step Heavenly Venerable. However, the outcome was out of his expectations. To think that the human would be able to break a hole in the shadow of his secret technique, allowing the human to escape successfully, is it because of his attack methods or the long shuttle in his hand? Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head, not continuing to dwell on this question. He came from the Great Sky Sacred Land and naturally didn't lack supreme treasures. Even if a puny Dao Lord was a little strange, it wasn't worth spending too much energy on. In Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang's eyes, the threatening words in the last sentence couldn't even be considered a joke. He attacked just now only because the Heavenly Feather race had some ties with the Great Sky Sacred Land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to destroy his image of being a nice guy. As for whether this would offend the fourth universe's humans, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang didn't think about this at all. No matter how powerful Heavenly Venerable was, he wouldn't dare to attack a powerhouse from the great sky sacred land. This was the confidence of the number one faction in the Chaos Sea. It's been more than 1,000,000 epochs. Is there really no way to refine this Mount Shenhuang? But Supremes once revealed that this is indeed a supreme treasure. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang sighed. He had 6 pairs of arms, one of which had been pressing his palm on the dark mountain wall. He had already tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them worked. After River Word executed teleportation, he had a feeling of resigning himself to fate. Even though he hid in Sky Connecting Tower, he was still very worried. Although Mount Shenhuang was called a cultivation holy land by many factions, it didn't mean that it was safe here. One of the 3 great perilous lands was not just a casual remark. No one knew what was hidden behind those abyssal rifts. Because even Heavenly Venerables would die if they went in, and that spacetime had long become incomparably chaotic under the suppression of Mount Shenhuang. Once he used teleportation, the direction was no longer what he could control. Who knew where he would teleport to? However, if he didn't teleport just now, then he wouldn't be able to shake off Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang's bombardment. Therefore, he could only fight to the death. Furthermore, with the protection of Sky Connecting Tower, there was still a very high chance of survival. Huff. Teleportation was naturally a matter of an instant. With Jiang Xi's current strength, the maximum distance of teleportation was 5,000 light-years. But in this kind of environment, the distance of teleportation was uncertain. The next moment, the teleportation ended. But Jiang Xi's heart also sank. Because the situation was very bad. The moment the teleportation ended, the Sky Connecting Tower, which had already transformed to its normal size, which was 90,000 kilometers tall, immediately suffered a violent impact. Boom! The heavenly tower was like a small boat sailing in a stormy sea. It was thrown up high by the huge waves, and then it was instantly sent flying far away. Damn it! During this process, Jiang Xi felt an incomparably terrifying impact engulfing the entire Sky Connecting Tower. It made people tremble with fear. Boom, boom, boom. Several hundred unknown impacts surged like a raging tide, almost instantly crashing into Sky Connecting Tower again. Under this kind of powerful power, Sky Connecting Tower was like a rubber ball, being wantonly thrown out. It was sent flying again and again, without the slightest ability to resist. I feel that this power is even stronger than Mount Xuanhuang's abyssal rift. Where did I teleport to? Jiang Xi stood in the space of Sky Connecting Tower and only felt his throat go dry, frightened by this terrifying power. He did not control Sky Connecting Tower, nor could he control it. He could only allow Sky Connecting Tower to be thrown out again and again. However, Sky Connecting Tower was still powerful in the end. Its interior was very stable and not affected by the outside world. What the hell is going on outside? As soon as my spiritual consciousness spread out, it was instantly annihilated. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. At least his life was not in danger now. What he needed to think about now was figuring out where he was. Ni Shong, reflect the surrounding scenery of Sky Connecting Tower. Now, he could only let Sky Connecting Tower's weapon spirit temporarily become his eyes. Soon, the surrounding scenery in all directions was completely reflected in the space inside Sky Connecting Tower. Oh my god! Jiang Xi was stunned by the scene before him. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,